Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross-reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
You say you look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's right. What really drew me in. Look up something in back check.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. Like, share, and subscribe. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, scotch, 784, bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you're trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper dick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. A mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's time to check the mic and best the bet. I'm about to wreck it to the leather. Jealous people hate but don't debate. Just check my measures. Electric by design. I even shine in stormy weather. Attempt to meddle and tether this mental treasure, and you find yourself embedded in the chasm in the desert. Thirsting for hydration, no libation, empty kettle. Take it to another level, add the bullet and the shovel. Got you on the bubble, double trouble. See you stumbled, and it's about to get repugnant like a kitten in the rumble. Quick to fluff and tumble, best be humble when we come through, cause I have you stiffing under. Mama wonder where you went to.
1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. What you gon' do? It's the KCE crew. We making you look like Fu Manchu. Proper grasshopper who with the kung fu. Cut and slice nice like Benny Hanna do. Take quick bites like the tip of a piranha tooth. Go ahead and steal my mic, watch it blow up right in front of you. We coming to give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Who do you think you are? You ain't gonna get real far. Driving your shifty car, following Diddy farts. I'ma be a Twitter star. I'ma be a Twitter star. Keep dreaming about how big you are, cause we about to pick apart everything that's in your heart. Control and leave you torn to shards. Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte. Selling junk like San Francisco. Wax on, wax off Daniel, son. Selling junk like San Francisco.
1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm tripping cause my mind's gone from always seeing tragedies. Can't close my eyes cause it's around me, I just call it reality. Can't paint no perfect picture like an artist they can't sell. It's what they try to instill in me, but my pockets seem to swell. Doing it like them ghetto boys did it back in those days. And we been jamming, pippin' bun, long live UGK. And before Eminem, we had Bill and Gangsta Nip. But we don't trip unless we on the plane taking a trip. And these suckers trying to contest us, but they find out we ain't no busters. We much more than screw, we keep it gutter. Mic check 1, 2, y'all cannot touch us. We don't be causing no problem, son. Coming at me like Daniel's son. You would get defeated, wax on wax off, out to the righteous one.
1, 2, 1, 2. That's mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. You already know. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Dude, I could blink my eyes and provide an entire fountain of sound effects pounding directly on your neck, having flashbacks of the tragic act back when the boom bap was replaced with pop rap or hip hop or whatever you call that. We need a lockbox or something to keep this weak pox from spreading. I'm heading outside of the outsiders, opening your mind wider. Silly rabbits are at it again, but they can't hide us. Sit tight, Mr. Hip Hop. We'll find your daughter. Ought to be easy. She emits a homing frequency. We picked it up back in '98, and we're actually surprised that it took us so long to triangulate her exact location. But congratulations, check it out. We about to get her right now. We already found the captors, trapped them and slapped them around. Just burn the hideout to the ground.
Yeah, a 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's make it hot. A 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off flight cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see passport eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, you scream like you never screamed in your life. Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, it better give me my shit. If you owe me something, it better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life, I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke poems, some fix it then. Take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church deacon in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why do you UFC give you more than a gram. Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life.
Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black, and when the bottom of the ninth in this mag, you police the cat's wax, send them back.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Please. I think I know this guy. Oh, he just looks familiar. He's from some show. Yeah, so today's show, the name of it is We Have Real Life Skits. I'm just gonna want to talk about random stuff, kind of. It's related to, like, it just feels like we're living in a Twilight Zone, but I'm gonna get into that. Tomorrow we will be live on the old YouTube channel, the original YouTube channel. I haven't been broadcasting live on there for couple months, I think. It's been a while because they had me on final strike, and if I would have got another strike, they was going to delete the whole channel. So they were threatening me with that. So it's the strike. One of those strikes are going to fall off, I think, tomorrow. So I didn't want to risk the channel being deleted, so I didn't go live on there this whole time. So that's cool. I think that's going to give tomorrow's show a bit of energy because I'll be back on the main channel. I have a good number of subscribers on that channel. So, and I think they probably forgot about me. So hopefully I go live and, they'll come back. We'll see. So, yeah. So they tried to kill me. They really tried to kill my YouTube channel. They did, really. They did. But I noticed that I've been getting clicks lately, and I think that it's because of that, the strike coming up about to be lifted. And it's like, so I'm kind of getting out of the doghouse with YouTube, I guess, because I noticed with the algorithm that I've been getting some clicks on that main channel, and that's what I think is happening. So anyways.
Piece again, huh? You know what? You and your little friends.
Call your dog's full name.
Noximus Patamus Piggies.
Oh, so you just gonna put all my little business out there on the street, huh? My full government. Okay, why don't you just give them my bank account, my social, my routing number? How about that? Now that I think about it, I didn't even know that was my full name until now. You just having the time of your life with your little friends in the portal piece again, huh? You know what? You and your little friends.
This dude is hilarious. He got another skit that he did from this clip. Not the same clip, but that same guy with his dog. It's pretty funny where he was like, "Can you shake my hand?" He's always messing with his dog. It's pretty funny. And then Tony Baker does voiceovers. I love his freaking, his animal voiceovers. What the hell? What is it doing? Yeah, if y'all should check this dude out. He's a comedian. He's coming up too. I think I played that clip. I think I played them. I just like the ones when he does the animal voiceovers.
Just lost one. It's so silly. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Just lost one. It's so silly. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Food on the delivery. Oh, no. Lord, oh, he coming too. Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
A snake's eyes aren't very good.
Oh, for real?
But they can detect movement.
Oh, I never
So
knew.
if the hatchling keeps its nerve, it may just avoid detection.
If I can keep my nerve, that's easy for you to say, narrator. Now, how you sitting here watching my life while I'm going through this? You can't help me? Man, you the coldest of pieces, narrator. All right, so you say if I sit still, all right, they won't see me. All right, I'm gonna just sit tight. Oh, I hope they don't feel my heartbeat. Because let me tell you something, my heart is pumping like a shell station. You feel me? All right, maybe if I sit still long enough, they'll go to work eventually. No snakes have jobs. Oh, no. Oh, boy, let it go, man. Come on, let it go. Keep running. Keep running. Come on, baby. High knees, baby. High knees, baby. Come on. High knees, baby. High knees. High knees, baby. Oh. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. I'm too young. I'm too young, man. If Metro don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot you. Okay, we go. Beautiful morning. You're the sun of my morning, baby. Nothing unwanted. Come on, baby. I need. Keep going, man. Hey, get your snake mouth off me, playboy. Yeah. Good God. Not today, baby. Not today, baby. Come on. Oh, Lord. Praise God, man. Man, you was sitting up here the whole time watching me? Why you ain't help me? Because I was the narrator, you fool. I had to run through that same alley earlier today.
I don't know, man. I love it. David Attenborough. Man, I swear I've seen everything he's made.
Oh, somebody.
Yeah, calm like this. Come on, Ricky.
Yo, I see the trees.
Look
Look at the. Oh. Yo, he came when you called him. What? Ricky. Look at this.
Come on, Ricky.
Big ass fucking alligator.
He's coming over here.
He walked just down from calling him about 30 yards.
Wow.
Good boy.
And just sat.
He's like, what's up?
He
What's
sat.
Oh, this Tony them. Okay.
Yo.
Hell no. So who has freaking pet alligators, bro? That's a thing. Oh, that's his own cat. And he be messing with his cat all the time.
Oh, bring it there. Cram. That cram woke me up out of my sleep. Cram. Let's get it there. Cram. Cram. We're just getting started, baby. Cram. Third time's a charm, Cram.
Nah, I just got soft.
The knees is getting wobbly. Cram. Be quiet now, Cram.
I'm just fucking around, trying to wait for the people to get in here. Let me see. Oh, let's get out of here. Oh, wait. Dave Chappelle should be arrested. That's what I was saying.
Tell Manson, here's the truth. Dave Chappelle and his team should be arrested. Look what they did to this man's arm. They broke him up, and that is criminal because now he can't buy tickets to Keep Your Distance Comedy. With his arm broken up like that, can he go to KevinOnStage.com and get tickets? No. So all these great comedians on this flyer won't be seen by this man because his arm is a chicken wing now, and he's in jail. and you can thank Dave Chappelle for robbing a small black business from a customer. Okay, Dave Chappelle. And this whole incident happened the night we taped Keep Your Distance. Okay, so while people are coming and watching, Dave Chappelle's throwing a show at the Hollywood Bowl while small-owned black business is just trying to make a buck in the world. You don't think he should be arrested? He's already rich. I ain't got the 20 million. So buy tickets to Keep Your Distance to help us, regular comedians, not Dave Chappelle 20 million. Arrest Dave Chappelle until that man can buy a ticket. If you buy a ticket, then let that man stay in jail. I've seen a lot of takes on this Dave Chappelle mess, and here's the truth. Dave Chappelle and his team should be arrested. Look what they...
He was just joking, though. I was serious. No, I didn't say Dave Chappelle should be arrested. I said that what he did was wrong. You know what I'm saying? It was criminal. What the other guy did was wrong, and what Dave Chappelle and them did was wrong. We got to acknowledge that. We can't just be, if we're supposed to be a land of laws, then the law is the law. It can't just pertain to one person and not another.
Well, I dislocated my shoulder one time, and I can just do whatever I want to now.
Oh, goddamn, man. Does that hurt?
Yeah, it does. But not as much as when I put it back in. Oh, God, geez. That's a big check. How the hell did you do that, man? Well, I dislocated my shoulder one time.
Oh my God. I ain't gonna lie. It makes me hurt. I got bad knees. My knee, I don't even want to talk about it, but yeah.
Them tickets in DC gone.
He said they gone, Playboy.
You're not answering that question, and we can move on. Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Skip that diddly-dee on the skip that diddly.
Male versus female.
Oh, I mean the male skip that, and then the female diddly-dee. That.
That the government has the power to make a decision about a man's body.
Oh, I mean the skip and then the dab diddly-dee.
I'll repeat the question. Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Oh, I mean skip that diddly-dee.
You're not answering that question, and we can move on. Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Skip that diddly-dee on the skip that diddly.
Male versus female.
Oh, I mean the male skip that, and then the female diddly-dee. That.
That the government has the power to make a decision about a man's body.
Oh, I mean the skip and then the dab diddly-dee.
I'll repeat the question. Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Oh, I mean skip that diddly-dee.
You're not answering that question.
I have no idea why that's so funny to me, y'all. I don't know, bro. I can't explain that, but it's like because I remember that interview. I remember that Kavanaugh thing because I was watching that thing. He was like, "I like beer." The S&M skit on that is so freaking hilarious. That was the last time S&M was funny in a long time too. Before that, the S&M skit of the Kavanaugh hearing. Look that shit up. That shit is fucking funny.
All right, I want to try this with Knox. All right.
Oh, man, the try. What we doing, man? Oh, you my dog. I get. Oh, my bad. My equilibrium is off. I ain't got to do. Oh, wait. I feel like I was fast enough that time. I feel like All right, here we go. Oh, I see what it is. See you playing around with your little friends on that little camera portal piece you got going here.
Oh,
this is fun and games to y'all. No. Paw my ass. I'm gonna paw your ass.
All right, I want to try this with Knox. All right.
Oh, man, the try. What we doing, man? Oh, you my dog. I get. Oh, my bad. My equilibrium is off. I ain't got to do. Oh, Wait, I feel like I was fast enough that time.
Oh.
I feel like, you know. All right, here we go.
Oh.
Oh.
That's pretty funny to me too. Anyways, TikTok.
Call your dog's full name.
Noximus Patamus Piggies.
Oh, so you just gonna put all my little business out there on the street? Huh? My
TikTok. I'm just killing time right now, kind of, before I get into it. What the hell are they doing right there? Oh, okay, solder. Okay, I see it. They solder the whole thing like it's without having to do it individual. Okay. When I was younger, I used to do some soldering, so I know a little bit about that. I can attach electrical components and shit. Why don't they teach us stuff like that when we're in school? You know, like they make you go. They like you have to get an education, and you know, like you got to get skills and all of that shit. So what the hell skills do they teach us while we're in school? Why don't they teach everybody how to fucking solder? Teach everybody how to do like attach electrical components. Teach everybody how to write software. Why we don't do that? We graduate high school not knowing shit. We don't even know how to balance a checkbook. You know what I'm saying? Balance a spreadsheet. Bills. We don't know how to do none of that shit. Nothing. And then we're just basically victims, waiting to get ate up by these sharks that we call corporations. The kids are in such a hurry to fucking go pay bills. They're in such a hurry to leave the house. What happened? You know, extended family households. Why do we want our kids we kick them out at 18 years old? Like they're gonna be ready for the world and gonna be able to deal with this thing. That's crazy. If the kid can stay home for a while and not have to pay bills, and that gives them an even better situation to be able to, if they're productive, and that's what we want to create. We want to create productive, good humans, and that you give them an opportunity to grow. You settle them with debt as soon as they freaking graduate high school. They already start getting credit cards and shit. It's so stupid. Paying rent and shit. It's so dumb. This is so funny to me right here. It says, me looking at my man's after he just spit on me, smacked the drink out of my hand, pushed me down some stairs and said, run to the store and buy me a blunt wrap, little bruh, just to impress some females at the telly. It's so funny. So people that play video games got the video game kind of sound. So like, and it's like he's just sitting there. His watch is on the floor. He's got like a little sock coming off of one foot. His glasses is halfway on his face. That's just hilarious to me. I think the image, you'd have to see the image too. I don't know, whatever. You probably have to play video games too to get it.
Pour your stew. Put a few spoons of this stew, of the stew. Then you spread it out to exemplify a bigger bounty. Then put the rest there. Okay, very good. Now you grab your okele, you squeeze it, you press it. Toss. You see? Look at. And you scoop. Look at the scoopish. Oh, is it good? Everybody welcome.
I'm gonna lie, it looks delicious.
Kodak Black, people gonna get on me on this. You ready for
and
this?
They're gonna get on me too.
They're gonna get on me on. I honestly feel Kodak Black is the new James Brown.
Vlad, somebody should shoot you in the neck with a tranquilizer dart and put a whole bag over your body and escort you in a van to the state line and at gunpoint tell you never bring your ass back here.
The new
Don't you
James Brown.
Disrespect the Godfather of fucking soul.
Man,
James
listen.
Brown, it is a fact, is the most sampled artist in music history.
Okay.
That says something.
I honestly feel that Kodak Black People gonna get on me on this. You ready for
And
this?
they're gonna get on me too.
They're gonna get on me on. I honestly feel Kodak Black is the new James Brown.
Vlad, somebody should shoot you in the neck.
Kodak Black is the new James Brown. I don't know. I guess. What's up, Doc? Man, I hope I didn't make you upset yesterday with all the American fascism talk. I'm gonna be light today. Oh shit, I can't play that. I'm gonna be light today. I really just want to come with the idea of, real life skits. It seems like that we're living in like a freaking TV show, like the one with like a reality TV show, like what is it, The Truman Show. And then it's like the stuff that's happening with the politics, and then like, you know what I mean, just literally everything. It's like not, it seems like it's not real. It seems like extravagant, super extra, like, like a skit. Like Joe Biden is a skit. I mean, come on. Do y'all hear me? Freaking the whole thing with I don't know, freaking Chris Rock and Will Smith. That shit looks like a skit. The Young Thug getting RICO charges, and Young Thug and Gunna getting RICO charges. That looks like a skit. Like you could have wrote this in the Boondocks episode. I just think it's weird. I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone.
See, the real money move is not letting these people trick you out your position. I'm going to say it again. The real money move is not letting these people trick you out your position. See, it's easy because they see the dominance of the black man and the dominance of hip-hop. And a lot of us don't understand what's really going on. See, what's really going on is they got to keep knocking us down because they trying to build them up. Hip-hop is on the rise. I'm going to stop. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to say it again. You cannot let these people trick you out your position. You can't get to the bag and build generational wealth if they tricking you out your position. Look at all these celebrities. So if you think they got money and they locked up with no bond and all that shit, that bring them back down to regular people. So what the regular people, when they get locked up with the RICO action, all that shit happen, what the fuck you think gonna happen to you? Man, pull it together and get it together. They got locking us up. See, y'all don't see what's going on. Y'all don't see what's going on. See, the real money move is not letting these people trick you out your position. I'm going to say it again. The real...
That's why I covered the Young Thug story, because it's like, it just seems like more and more. And then Young Thug is such a huge name. He's a big name, whether you like him or not. And that's crazy when you got these big, huge names like this catching RICO charges, liable to sit down for the rest of his life. That's really crazy. So it's like, what is happening? That's what I'm saying. I feel like they're preying on them. Nah, these niggas stupid. Like, they be doing stupid shit. I ain't gonna lie, sometimes. Like, YMW Melly, that's this dude right here. He killed, like, his friend and then made a whole ass song about it. Like, literally describing the fucking murder in the song. The song was about the murder he did. And then he went to jail for that shit. And that's what he's in jail for right now. Like, that's just stupid. But, I have to say, I mean, them getting where they get in the game, a lot of it has to do with the clout and shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? The street cred, the legit. Because these kids out here follow them for real. So they know, because of the social media, how everything is now, they really know even more than the police, what these people have done and what they haven't done. So then that's where it gives their music credibility. And these record labels and shit know this shit. So fucking, they're making them killing off of this shit. Meanwhile, these kids are living this twisted ass, sideways, debauchery ass life for the record labels to make fucking money. And they don't care what happens. They're going to keep spinning those records while these dudes is locked in prison. they're gonna still be getting them streams. They're probably gonna get more streams. Oh shit. Was that regular speed?
Hurry up so we can go.
God damn, y'all. Did y'all see how fast that was? Like when we be watching the nature shows, they always show them in slow motion when the because and this is probably why, because you can't even see what's happening. Look how fast that happened. Oh my gosh. It was the this is a lion chasing after looks like a gazelle. Can't even see what it is. I think it's a gazelle. Deer-like animal. Freaking look how fast it goes. Wow. Man, you talking about me pooping all on myself, bro.
I got the video.
Like, and what if it's you? What if he's chasing after you? Like, what are you gonna do? You can't run as fast as that gazelle. Oh, goodness. It was like they're probably going like 55 miles an hour or something. It's like 2 cars. Damn. I love nature, man. That's where we need to get our entertainment from. Stop watching TV. Go outside and just look at the ants and this dude and lost his whole bike. This must have been set up, or is he that dumb? Damn, bro, he could have lost his life. How far down is that? Can't really tell in the picture, but enough down to freaking break some bones. Randomness of the universe. That's kind of why I want to scroll. I think I can scroll on my Twitter. I've been trying to make sure that shit is clean. It's so freaking scary. Twitter is scary as hell to scroll on here. But that's where my news and shit be. Like, the Instagram is more entertaining. The Twitter be having all the news stuff. The Instagram is, this is where I really scroll. I don't be on Twitter really.
Open your subconscious mind up. Not saying it quiet.
That's real. You know.
Hey, what's good, y'all? It's Level Up Lissa. What was your name again?
Ayana.
I'm here with Ayana. We out here in H trying to shit look beautiful. You know, we're trying to record some content. And it's get lit. Blood fucked up, you know what I'm saying? Girl. Meditation is more so being able to open your subconscious mind up.
Meditation is to open your subconscious mind. I wish that people would know more stuff. That's kind of why I do this show. That's why I make them so long too. Because, you know, those damn TikToks, I'm trying to go the opposite of the TikToks. I hate TikTok. Little 15-second fucking clips. Fuck those 15-second clips, man. You can't learn anything from that. I'm sorry.
You gotta learn to adapt with the times, man. That's the attention span of the average person. Why do you think Twitter's only 180 words? That's all people can freaking formulate together at once.
God damn, bro. That's so sad, dog. That is so sad. It's so painful.
You notice my writing style is short, brief statements with hyphens and stuff between them. That's so people can read them all. Otherwise, if you group them together by statements, people will just breeze right through them and not really read them. But when I make them small like that, short statements, they'll read 100 lines of short statements, but they won't read one block of text.
I was wondering why you did that. That really makes sense, though.
Also,
it's so
it breaks
sad.
it down into a speaking pattern easier. I
It's
learned
so
it in
sad.
speech communication, writing like that. That's how you read. That's how you write statements.
It's so
to news
sad that you gotta make you gotta express yourself in a way that you would to someone who's like hearing impaired or something. Like that's how what they've done.
Like at about 6th to 10th grade level.
That's what they've done to everyone, man. And it's so sad. And I'm so scared with the kids as far as my daughter, like, and with the texting and stuff. And so like I don't like that. Don't text me with that old like just using emojis or just like, you know what I mean? That old slang, like the way that they type where they don't even say the whole words and stuff. Like, bruh, like the little abbreviations are okay, like FYI and stuff like that, LOL. I'm okay with that stuff. But you know, when it gets to the point where they don't be writing out the whole word, I know you know what I'm talking about. And like, oh my God, bro, like these kids they're not gonna know how to spell.
3 emojis, 2 letters, a number with an exclamation point at the end. What the fuck?
They're not gonna know how to spell. But they understand this. It's like they have their own language with each other now with the emojis and shit, because I don't be getting it. They'd be like,
Well,
oh, it means this. I'd be like,
you remember your 3-letter codes for pagers, don't you? Because I was Doc, I was 362. So if you got something 362, you know, call Doc.
Yeah. So I guess it's just a different generation.
10 20 362. That's when you when are you going to be here, Doc? You know, or what's your 20? Where are you at? This is Doc.
Yeah, and if you try to explain that to the kids today, they probably would not get it. But I get it because I went through that generation. So
it's just like I still know my CB lingo from back in the 60s, 70s when my dad actually had to have a radio call sign to use his CB radio. When I was like 8, 9 years old.
And just like what I was saying earlier, I think that we all need to learn how to use CB radios. We all should be taught all this stuff in school because, you know, and if even in the future, like whatever happens, these kinds of those old technologies like those are the ones that they always end up using. Like when shit hits the fan, wartime.
Embrace the nerds. Always have at least one person in your friend group that's into that old tech, knows how to do a ham radio, can hunt, or knows how to make beef jerky. Always make sure there's one. I know how to repack bullets. I made sure I've got a useful skill for the zombie apocalypse.
That sounds. You're the guy from The Walking Dead, the guy that switched sides and shit. Nigga was making bullets. The one with the mullet. Yeah. So people that know how to do things, because the zombie apocalypse, but because it doesn't only have to be the zombie apocalypse. It's just anything that happens. Everything is electrical. We have all of our systems are set up through computers. You know, if the internet goes down, nothing is working because we're so dependent.
I can fish. I can make honey mead. It's not far from that to figure out how to make actual regular wine, brandy, stuff like that.
And they
know how to read a book. I can learn how to do more.
Exactly. And they could turn off the internet. One thing that I've been noticing, because I be covering news all around the world, I noticed that different countries, when they have a certain crises, they turn off the internet. And the local people will have they're in the dark as far as the internet. Information's not moving. They're not getting nothing in or out.
That's one of the reasons people are scared of Elon Musk. He's putting up his own satellite system, and he says that he thinks that the internet should be something everyone should be able to have. He's going to make sure one day that everyone has the cheapest internet possible, if not free.
I think it should be a utility. I really do.
He refused to turn off. Remember, everyone was telling him, turn off your cars in Russia, turn off your cars in Russia. He's like, no, what did the people that bought my cars do to me? You know, I'm not going to turn off their cars. I'm not going to give you location data on them. That's ridiculous. Good for Elon.
And I agree. I agree with all of that. And I think that the internet should be a utility at this point, you know. Damn it, what was I gonna say? The internet utility. Damn, you said something before that I wanted to mention. The Tesla. Oh, Twitter. I noticed the algorithm has changed on Twitter already, and they have new badges and stuff. And it's like they want you to sign up and pay like $1.99 a month or $2.99 a month or something to have like premium features in the Twitter or whatever. So that's what Eon is doing. You know, that's what they said. He's gonna monetize it. So, you know, I get it. But I think that he's already made different changes with the algorithm because my stuff is getting clicks, you know, and it's like my stuff is the kind of stuff that they suppress, you know what I'm saying, a lot, you know. I know I'm shadow banned on YouTube. That's another thing. I got some clicks on YouTube recently. I was saying earlier the last one of the strikes are about to lift, so I think that like lightens it up. I don't know how that shit works, but I can see the effects of it. You know what I'm saying? Once they threatened to delete my page, my page started getting like 0 views after that. So people probably can't see it or whatever.
On your subsequent strikes, for 30 to 90 days after the strike, your videos are at the bottom of recommended feeds. So even if it gets recommended, it's buried under 20, 30 other videos that, you know, so they may not scroll down to where they see it.
Yeah, so that's
what that is.
So yeah, so they're burying my shit. So, but I think they softened up because I got a few clicks recently. So, and I hadn't been getting no clicks since then. I haven't got clicks since they threatened me on their channel. Hardly any, very few clicks.
Users help too. Like when I log in, I'm logged in on 3 platforms right now.
I appreciate that.
I'm not logged in on Facebook because anything more than 3 and I start to lag out too much.
And that I appreciate that. And tomorrow I plan to go live on all the channels, so it'll be on the main YouTube channel also. And I was having trouble with Rumble last week, but I figured out my problem with that. So I'll be full throttle for a while starting tomorrow. Let me read your comments. It says, is it not beyond belief that the whole planet is just a reality show for aliens, or maybe a zoo theme park for extraterrestrials to watch visit us in our own natural habitat? And that's they have this, I think they call it the zoo theory. And it's really interesting. That's a really interesting idea, because one of the things I always be saying is that the fact that we haven't discovered any other like complex creatures like us, like officially, that's scary, because the whatever reason is behind it is scary. And one of them could be that they are there. It's just that we aren't a part of their community like that. They don't fuck with us like that.
Another Doc Wild theory here about aliens and stuff like that. We are just now, as a race, getting to the point we're starting to recognize, see, and touch spirituality as part of our human condition. We're slowly beginning to realize that that's what it is. Now, most of these races, if they're way out into space, they're way beyond that. So all these things are part of their everyday existence. Their littlest kids understand the energy fields and psychic and math in ways that we'll never be able to understand for generations. So would it not be in their best interests to stop someone that's just developing from bringing our weird static and angry impulses and inability to control this energy out into the main universe? Is it not better to keep us sequestered until we reach a point that spiritually we can be out there, but not bring the infections of war and hate and things like that? Just a thought.
Let me read this comment. It says, people make it big and are still trying to take shortcuts, needing attention, trying to be heard, despite taking up the hours to get the deal in the first place. Yeah, man, it's just a sad reoccurring cycle, I think, and that's why it really just bothers me. He says, I write stories. I want people to experience them. I'm okay with people reading books and watching stories on the TV. Yeah, I think we should unplug and just read some books, or maybe watch live shows. Do live shows like back in the days, like the theater. Doc says, but damn, the pandemic has made some of us some albino ours looking in my efforts. I haven't seen legs this bright at the beginning of summer for years. Man, it's gonna be a long hot summer, and I don't think that's not funny at all because it's so hot, you know. And I think about in the summer in Houston, like old couples, old people die. Some kids on the football field every summer. So being that it's so hot and it's like a springtime, I think that's a thing to watch out for. People getting heat stroke, people overheating. Not so everybody needs to drink their water. If they get too hot, get into some shade, and it's hot inside and outside. People's ACs are breaking. Everybody's ACs are going out. They're under heavy stress. Yeah, man. I think Houston, and especially with the way the weather is going, to be like what do they call it? The HVAC or AC techs type guy. I think that's a pretty damn good job to have. I don't think you're going to have a hard time finding work. You know what I mean? I really don't, because especially here in Houston, maybe somewhere else, but here, I'm sure there's plenty of work for that. Working on people's ACs and cooling systems. And you can do that independent. You can have an independent contractors and own your own business and do that on your own. And that's a pretty cool thing to do, I think. So again, there goes another thing they could teach us in school. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can graduate at 18 years old knowing how to do all this different stuff. And we could just decide on whatever the hell we want to do. Which one we liked the most or whatever. Like, because it doesn't take that long to teach you how to do some of these things. Like, one semester, and they know pretty good. If you focused on, all of the right elements, they're going to know how to do that thing. And you have them actually do it with their hands, like they used to do with shop class and stuff like that. When you're making it, if you're in the class making that shit the same way you would be like at a job or in the real world or whatever, then they're gonna know how to do that, and they're gonna have that skill. And we could be teaching these kids different skills throughout school, from elementary to high school. Because when they're younger, they can pick up a lot of the technical type skills. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's not the working with their hands type stuff. It's more of the mental type stuff, because they're capable. Teach them to write computer programs and shit. These kids don't know nothing, bro. What are we doing, bro? Our education system is so ass. We're so racist in this country that nobody can get no one. Everyone's suffering as far as on the education side.
Meditation is more so being able to open.
Other countries prioritize education way more than the United States does. Most other countries do. And it's so sad. You got to go in debt to learn something here. I mean, you can go learn stuff on your own. You could go to the library. You can read books. But the problem is they're not going to give you accreditation for that stuff. So if you want to go get the job doing that thing, you might have a hard time, because they're going to be like, we need you to, have some accreditation. Be like, I really do know how to do it, though. Look, I can show you I could do it. Well, you don't have the paperwork to back it up, so I'm sorry. That guy may not have the money to go to that school. Maybe he falls in the bracket where he can't get financial aid or any kind of assistance to go to the school to get that accreditation. He's stuck in his job, his fucking, whatever grind routine, and he's got his bills and everything, and he can't get out of that. And he knows he didn't develop this skill. He knows this skill, but y'all not gonna hire him because he don't have the freaking paperwork behind it. So dumb. Anyways, I think I have a YouTube video. I got this guy. He sounds like a. I hate his voice, bro. God forgive me, but that's why I haven't been wanting to play the video. It's one of the ones I sent in the group chat this week. I think it's the only one I haven't played that I sent y'all. And I've been avoiding playing it because I'm like, this guy, he was annoying me throughout the whole damn video. But the information is good. So sometimes it's painful to get information, Sometimes it takes some effort, like, a little bit of ear scratching. Little kid hanging out the damn window. Somebody is trying to help him get down. Like, let go, I got you. Dang, it's a little kid. Can't be more than like maybe 4 years old. Little kid. He might be 5. Way up there. How many floors up is this? Can't tell. It's more than 3. It looks like 4. I can't see the bottom. Oh shit. It's like 5, 6. Damn. How did the kid, he was probably playing or something. Those kind of windows, they should have those windows, shouldn't be like that. The way they open out like that, that's not safe. I wonder where this is. Let's check the comments. This doesn't look like a way they would do windows here in the United States. It says, oh, this is Kazakhstan. Okay. A hero in Kazakhstan saves a 3-year-old hanging from a window on the 8th floor. I said 4 years old, so it's pretty damn close. Praise God. You got to keep an eye on those children, man. How did the child get out the window? That's what I'm asking. The architect needs to go to jail. What kind of windows are those? See, somebody said what I said. Man, that was heart-stopping. All I want to know is where the hell was the parents? Also, give the man a freaking gold star for risking his life. Dude is hanging out the window. He's like 6 stories up, and he's like on top of the damn window. That's like, he's not in no safe position at all. I am the only one heart beating fast watching this. Wow. Now this is a hero, not these cops people like to praise. Thank God my heart was beating so fast. Wow, hero. How people not watching their kids and not getting charged for it. This was heart-wrenching for me. Thank God this person stays fit, alert, and ready for all situations. Salute and bless up. He had to be in good shape, too, to do that shit, because fuck. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know that I would have done that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if I would have done that. Like the way he did it. I mean, I guess I would have went at it in a different way. I wonder why they couldn't go through the house. What? Nobody was in the house?
I've done dumber shit for less reasons. I would have.
Yeah. My ass would have fell.
Dude, I was going 40 to 50 miles an hour down a back road, crawled from one car to another because they had papers and we were out.
I'm clumsy and I'm so scared of making mistakes. Like, I make mistakes all the time. Like, I make detrimental mistakes and I'm also dyslexic, so it's like the left-right thing. And I make those kinds of mistakes all the time, and sometimes they're really detrimental. And I'm scared. I would be scared. I'm so scared of making silly. It's always a silly, simple.
You're not second guessing yourself. You're doing what you have to do to save a child's life.
Yeah.
It's either all going to go right or it's all going to go wrong. Either way, you're going to do any and everything you can to give that child a little bit more of a chance.
Yeah. That's some scary stuff. It says more than 200 billion erased from entire crypto market in a day as sell-off intensifies. Bitcoin fell below 26,000 for the first time in 16 months amid a broader sell-off in cryptocurrencies that erased more than 200 billion from the entire market in a single day. Whoa, that's kind of scary. Elon Musk says he put the blockbuster Twitter deal on pause over fake accounts. Somebody said, I think he's trying to say that Twitter isn't worth as much as he offered because he has so many bot accounts. Oh, shit. What? That must have been old because he already bought it. Cryptocurrencies melt down in a perfect storm of fear and panic. A steep sell-off that gained momentum this week starkly illustrated the risk of the experimental, unregulated digital currencies. Crypto investors panic during market bloodbath. I will lose my home. Israel occupation forces are beating crowds carrying the casket of killed Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. I have a video on that. I wonder if it's still there. Let me check. Because that's some fucked up shit that they did. Yeah, this is it right here. I can't make it bigger. Damn it. Let me go back to it. It says Israel police beat mourners during journalist Shireen Abu Akleh's funeral. So they were walking through the streets with her casket. She's the journalist that got shot. She had on press, clearly had on press. And this is in Palestine. She clearly got shot by the freaking Israel military. That's speculation, but it's not really. And so, the Palestinians, they're upset about it. Everybody's upset about it, really, because it was a journalist. She worked for Al Jazeera. I don't even think she was Palestinian. And so, anyways, they killed her, and they were walking through, I think this was like yesterday, May 13th, 2022. They were walking through the city with her casket. And so the freaking riot police came out and started beating the shit out of people, bro. This is what they do, man. I'll play it one more time. Okay, that's enough. Let me read the comments. It says, the funeral of slain Palestinian American journalist Shireen, she was Palestinian, but she was American. Slain Palestinian American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh began in chaos Friday as Israel police beat mourners with batons and used stun grenades after the mourners tried to carry her coffin on their shoulders. By day's end, the crowds had swelled into the largest Palestinian gathering in Jerusalem in recent memory. Abu Akleh, a correspondent for the Al Jazeera news channel, was shot dead Wednesday while covering an Israel military raid in the West Bank. The network and Palestinian authorities said she had been shot by Israeli troops. Israel has said she was caught in crossfire. Hold on, let me scroll. After initially blaming Palestinian gunmen, the military said Thursday it was examining the possibility of one of its soldiers was responsible. This is as of Washington Post. That was a Washington Post post. The comments are not worth reading. Okay. Anyways, if y'all didn't know how they roll over there, now you know. I'm gonna try to pull up my Twitter because there's some news stories that I wanted to cover, but I don't remember what they was. So I think most likely they'll pop up. But I gotta be careful with this shit. That's the reason why I don't go live on my main channel, because if I make any kind of the slightest mistake, they're gonna get me. I still got 1 day left, and they tried to get me with another strike. They sent like on an old ass video. But I realize now you have to check your emails. You have to stay up on the emails, because even on my home page, on my YouTube page, or even in the creator studio, the message won't be there, and it's supposed to be there, but it won't be. It'll be in your email, and you have to go in through there and do what they want you to do to deal with your situation. But if you don't, then you end up with a strike. But I'm peeping game now. I'm getting so much better at this shit. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to switch to Twitter because I'm pretty sure it's a news story in here that I wanted to cover that's here. I have to be careful on this fucking shit. Can y'all see this? Okay. I gotta be careful with this. Be careful, Chaka. Oh, okay, here we go. This is not one that I really wanted to cover, but this is interesting still. Oh, shit, did I fuck up? Oh, man. It's because I don't be on Twitter. I barely know how to work Twitter, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I wanted to just go to that tweet. But how come I can't just go to the tweet? Okay, Sky News. Ukraine News Live. Russia to cut electricity supply to Finland. Georgia region to vote on joining Russia. Soldiers' war crimes trial begin. Wait. No, I wanted the article. How did I end up here? Is this going to be Ukraine? Latest as 21-year-old Russian soldiers' war crimes trial begins. No, this is not what I wanted. Oh, this is it. It says FSB agents believe Vladimir Putin is terminally ill after receiving a top secret memo, reports claim. The leader's wife hit with new sanctions. G7 foreign minister meet in Germany. Is there a video for this? Oh, it's live. Oh, I can't do that. Nope, I can't do that. Let's go back. I just want to fucking read it then. Y'all won't let me read it? Russian agents believe Putin. Okay, yeah. Let me see. I can share this, I think. Let me share this. Is this it? I think so. Okay. 22 hours ago, Russian agents believe Putin is terminally ill after top secret memo reports claims. Speculation around Vladimir Putin's health has circulated for several years, but has only intensified since he ordered the invasion of Ukraine. Now, New Lines magazine reports it has obtained an audio recording of an oligarch close to the Kremlin who describes the Russian presidency as a very ill with blood cancer, although the type of blood cancer was not specified. It says a top secret memo was sent out by the headquarters of the FSB, Russia's domestic security agency, to all its regional directors. Christo Grosev, the head of investigations at Bellingcat, a well-respected forensic research website, said the memo instructed the regional chiefs not to trust rumors about the president's terminal condition. The directors were further instructed to dispel any rumors to this effect that may spread within the local FSB units. According to a source at one of the regional units who saw the memo, this unprecedented instruction had the opposite effect, with most FSB officers suddenly coming to believe that Putin indeed suffered from a serious medical condition. I'm stuffy. The magazine goes on to detail evidence of apparent physical ailments suffered by the Russian leader, including observations about his walking, as mentioned in this story published by Sky News earlier this week. It also refers to his changed appearance in recent times, including the fact his face now is significantly puffier, and suggests this could signify some form of medication for an illness. I guess in this picture, but you could just take a picture of people and
No, that is a lot puffier than normal. I mean, but not being a doctor, not being that kind of a doctor, I can't really comment as to what it may or may not mean. It could be just he just could be having a bloating day.
Yeah, he could just be getting old.
I mean, shit. Once in a while, I get a little swollen like that if I've had too much beer and a bunch of salty food.
Yeah. It says Ashley Grossman, a professor of endocrinology at Oxford University, told New Lines, Putin has always been a very fit-looking man with a slightly gaunt appearance. I ain't gonna lie, I can't really just...
I will say this, considering the photos reversed, it does look like he may have had a microstroke or something like that recently.
This is just a random picture for one, so
that's what I'm saying. Though it's really not enough to tell. I need to see more, but I mean, I only know it because it was pointed out by a doctor that I've had one, and I've noticed the difference in my left side and my right side since then. And I also noticed that some of the voices that I do, that I've got to use the left side for a lot more and things like that, I've got a lot less control of than I used to.
Yeah, I think they just caught him at an angle. And anyways, this freaking story on its face.
This is one of those must see more.
Yeah, just on its face, I'm already going to be super skeptical because any kind of this is wartime propaganda. So it would be perfect idea to be like,
died of disease, yes. Not well, I can accept that.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a big difference between the two.
Yeah.
Because most blood diseases are treatable unless it's like leukemia and something like that. And that would have shown up long before this time. And he would have been outed because he was diseased and not fit to rule.
Yeah. So, yeah. And even if he was sick and on his way out or whatever, I'm sure they have everything set up for whatever is the successor and whatever.
Well, there's another reason we won't take him out. And that is because the next couple of people in line are even more gung-ho Cold War Russia than he was.
Yeah. So Putin is a diplomat.
Yeah, we don't want to take him out. That's the same reason no one's going to take Biden out, because that's going to make Kamala president. And if she makes it, no one's going to take her out because that's going to make Pelosi president. And that's fucking scary.
Yeah, nobody wants to see that. We'll see the claws come out. It says calling a man bald is sexual harassment. Employment tribunal rules. Commenting on a man's baldness in the workplace is equivalent to remarking on the size of a woman's breasts. What do you think about that, Doc?
Well, as someone who is follically challenged, I'm not worried about it if they call me bald. I mean, I mostly am. The 4 head turned into an 8 head, turned into a 16 head, wrapped back to a 32 head, you know? So, yeah, what can I say?
Yeah, I don't think I would have a problem with it either, but I guess it depends on the circumstance. Because if it's like your boss or something, it seems like COVID is coming back, bro. Let me see this.
People genuinely. Let us start. Do these fines, more than 100, reflect well on this Conservative government?
I'm afraid I think this is a non-story. I mean, the
Am I
BBC
sharing
absolutely
this?
loved it, but what is important is that we get on with the business of government.
I'm sorry, why do you think this is a non-story? Have you not heard people genuinely upset, devastated, that people in Downing Street thought it was okay to break the rules that they set, while other people didn't break the rules and missed out on meeting dying family members?
Look, I think people were upset. I think this was an important story in February when it first became known, and that there was great concern, and there was a feeling of people who were bereaved particularly about it. I also think we need to look in the inquiry at the rules to see whether they were proportionate. I met a couple yesterday in Stoke-on-Trent, where the cabinet went, as you know, who helped people with baby loss. And they were saying to me how cruel it was that fathers weren't able to be present at the birth of their children, particularly, obviously, if it was a stillbirth. And we need to look at that. We need to look at whether these rules were right in the first place, in case we ever have a pandemic again, because I think they were too restrictive. I think not allowing people to provide succor to the dying, comfort to the dying, was a mistake. It was a mistake made for good reason, because we were very worried about the pandemic at the time. But we do need to look at that. We should never do that to people again.
I agree with him on that.
Let us start. Do the...
Because that is very sad. It was a lot of crazy stuff going on in the hospitals. You couldn't even get sick with anything else. You couldn't even go to the doctor for anything else. Everything was packed up with that. And then appointments and shit. President Biden, what are they talking about?
Leonard Peltier is a product of this federal Indian boarding school system. His name was actually mentioned in the press conference yesterday on this particular initiative. And in fact, it's also important to point out that during her tenure as a congresswoman for New Mexico, Deb Haaland was a strident advocate for Leonard Peltier's release. And so we're seeing a growing momentum around the question of Leonard Peltier's continued unjust imprisonment. And, the Obama administration had an opportunity to correct the course of, history in releasing, Leonard Peltier, granting him clemency, because that's the only option on the table right now for his release. But he's an elder. He's an endeared elder to his community. Turtle Mountain Ojibwe have a plan in place so that when he is released, he has housing and he's taken in by the community itself. You have Representative Ruth Buffalo from North Dakota, who's up for re-election this year, who's been a strident advocate for Leonard Peltier, who talks to Leonard Peltier on a weekly basis. And so you have this massive support from Indian country, from elected officials to tribal governments advocating for his release. And if we want true justice in this country, whether it's for the boarding school system, something that Leonard Peltier himself was fighting against as part of the American Indian movement, then we also need to, not only advocate for his release, but advocate for a full congressional investigation into the conditions that led to the shootout at the Jumping Bull property in 1975, and the tens, the dozens of deaths that have gone unsolved on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation during the so-called Reign of Terror following the occupation of Wounded Knee in 1973. And so this is an open wound for Indian country, and it's an open wound for the federal government. And his committee is advocating for healing. And the first step of that process is to grant him clemency. At this point, there's no reason other than vindictive revenge for him to be in prison. He survived COVID. He's in poor health, and the man deserves to be with his people.
Why don't we end?
Yeah, that's just a whole bunch of craziness. I was getting all these emails and I can't even open them. I don't know why. I'm gonna just let it keep coming in and sending me emails like crazy right now. I'd just be doing that randomly. Like, why would I be getting emails at 2:41 in the morning? I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go into this video, the one that I have for y'all. Let me see. Give me 1 second. Like I said, this dude's voice is annoying. Where is the video? I do not see it. Okay, here it is. Okay. Yep. And
you and respects you for your courage and integrity. When you cannot be intimidated or bought off, then you are targeted for destruction. Heroic dissidents are demonized, marginalized, physically and psychologically destroyed, or assassinated by the American ruling class. Before the persecution of Julian Assange, before the FBI assassination of Fred Hampton and Malcolm X, before the murder of Martin Luther King, there was the relentless campaign to silence the activist, actor, and singer Paul Robeson. Robeson was a socialist and a militant who stood with the crucified of the earth. He was fearless, confronting then-President Harry S. Truman in a face-to-face meeting in the White House and berating him for failing to halt the reign of terror and lynching that afflicted blacks. He famously filed a petition with the United Nations charging the U.S. government with genocide against African Americans. Robeson, who had a law degree from Columbia University, was multilingual. He had a global appeal that has perhaps never been matched by another Black American, even by figures such as Muhammad Ali or Malcolm X. W.E.B. Du Bois called him, without doubt, the best-known American on earth. He was a stalwart member of the radical left, an active defender of trade union movements. But he was to become, in the words of Pete Seeger, the folk singer, who was also persecuted in the United States, the most blacklisted performer in America. By the end, stripped of his passport, subject to relentless character assassination, denied the ability to make a living, he would end his days, in 1976, a virtual recluse in his sister's home in Philadelphia. His life illustrates the lengths to which the American empire will go to destroy and silence its most powerful critics. Linking the persecution of Paul Robeson directly to the persecution of Julian Assange, held today in a high-security prison in London, where his mental and physical health, like Robeson's at the end of his life, is in serious decline. Joining me to discuss the life of Paul Robeson is his biographer, Gerald Horne, the Moores Professor of History and African American Studies at the University of Houston. So in your book, you write that Robeson pioneered the struggle against Jim Crow throughout the 30s and 40s. It was only with Robeson's fall that King and Malcolm could emerge as they did. The undermining of Robeson created a vacuum that these two leaders filled. I wondered if you could talk about his battle against racial segregation, racial terror, and this legacy that you highlight.
Well, the great Paul L. Robeson was born in central New Jersey in 1898, passes away.
Paul L. Robeson. I swear. And, it's funny because I studied stuff kind of related to this. And I swear I don't remember seeing this guy's name. Like, I don't remember reading about this guy or anything. So, and that's strange to me. And so, but this is like news to me. That's why this caught my eye. Paul Robeson.
In Philadelphia in 1976. In between, he is an All-American football player at his alma mater, Rutgers University, New Brunswick, New Jersey. He's also a stalwart on the basketball court and on the baseball diamond. As you suggested, from there, he moves on to Columbia University and seemingly is en route to a comfortable life, or as comfortable as a, quote, Negro, unquote, could be under the savage ravages of Jim Crow. But his life is diverted. His life is diverted in part because of the fact that he was friendly with another Black lawyer, speaking of William Patterson, who eventually becomes a leading Black member of the U.S. Communist Party. And also his life is diverted by his spouse, Eslanda Robeson, who encourages him to express his artistic and cultural talent as a singer, as an actor, and he's finding it difficult. This is in the early 1920s, or in the post-World War I era, post-1918, to pursue that kind of career in New York City, where all three, Patterson and Robeson and his spouse, were living. And so he decides to go into exile, like so many Black Americans before or since. For example, the great James Baldwin, for example, spent a good deal of his most fertile years as an artist in France and in Turkey, for example. Robeson decided to choose exile in London, where he found things a bit more comfortable than he did in New York City. And he quickly becomes a star of stage and screen. On stage as a singer and as an actor, his Othello is still considered to be the definitive performance of that Shakespearean tragedy. And as well, because of the influence of Patterson, he is encouraged and decides to move even further to the left than he had been to that point. What I mean is,
let me go to the wiki that Doc sent me on Paul Robeson. Okay. This is the wiki page for Paul Robeson. Paul Leroy Robeson, April 9th, 1898, January 23rd, 1976. Was an American bass baritone concert artist, stage and film actor, athlete, and activist who became famous both for his cultural accomplishments and for his political stances. In 1915, wow, this dude was born in 1898. I'll still get my brain around that, and he was alive to 1976. In 1915, Robeson won an academic scholarship to Rutgers College. While at Rutgers, he was twice named a consensus All-American in football and was the class valedictorian. He received his LLB from Columbia Law School while playing in the National Football League. After graduation, he became a figure in the Harlem Renaissance with performances in The Emperor Jones and All God's Children Got Wings. Robeson performed in Britain in a touring melodrama, Voodoo, in 1922, and in Emperor Jones in 1925. In 1928, he scored a major success in the London premiere of Showboat. Living in London for several years with his wife Eslanda, Robeson continued to establish himself as a concert artist and starred in London production of Othello, the first of 3 productions of the play over the course of his career. He also gained attention in Sanders of the River, 1935, and in a film production of Showboat, 1936. Robeson's political activities began with his involvement with unemployed workers and anti-imperialist students in Britain, and it continued with his support for the Republican cause during the Spanish Civil War and his involvement in the Council on African Affairs. After returning to the United States in 1939, Robeson supported the American and Allied war efforts during World War II. However, his history of supporting civil rights causes and Soviet policies brought scrutiny from the FBI. After the war ended, the CAA was placed on the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations. Robeson was investigated during the MacArthur era. Due to his decision not to recant his public advocacy, he was denied a passport by the U.S. State Department. His income consequently plummeted. He moved to Harlem and published a periodical called Freedom, which was critical of the United States policies from 1950 to 1955. Robeson's right to travel was eventually restored as a result of 1958 United States Supreme Court decision, Kent versus Dulles. So what did it say? They said, okay, let me go back. His history supporting civil rights, hold on, got the FBI, scrutiny from the FBI. Attorney General's list of subversive organizations. Robeson was investigated during the McCarthy era. Due to his decision not to recant his public advocacy, he was denied a passport. And without that, his income. Oh. Okay. Yeah, submit or we take your income. Between 1925 and 1961, Robeson recorded and released some 276 songs. The first of these were the spirituals Steal Away, backed with Were You There in 1925. Robeson's recorded repertoire spanned many styles, including Americana, popular standards, classical music, European folk songs, political songs, poetry, and spoken excerpts from plays. The more you know. I want to see, do they talk about his political stuff? Theatrical successes. Let's see how far we got to scroll to get to Showboat, Othello, Ideological Awakening. Is this going to be it? I'm going to skip through it. It says his friends in the anti-imperialist movement and his association with British socialists led him to visit the Soviet Union. Robeson Essay and Mary Seton traveled to the Soviet Union on an invitation from Sergei Eisenstein in December 1934. A stopover in Berlin enlightened Robeson to the racism in Nazi Germany. And on his arrival in Moscow in the Soviet Union, Robeson said, "Here I am not a Negro, but a human being for the first time in my life. I walk in full human dignity." Wow, that's interesting. That's all they said. Hold on. Let me just read this. It says he undertook the role of Basambo in the movie Sanders of the River, which he felt would render a realistic view of colonial African culture. Sanders of the River made Robeson an international movie star, but the stereotypical portrayal of colonial African was seen as embarrassing to his stature as an artist and damaging to his reputation. The commissioner of Nigeria to London protested the film as slanderous to his country, and Robeson thereafter became more politically conscious of his roles. He appeared in the play Stevedore at the Embassy Theatre in London in May 1935, which was favorably reviewed in the Crisis by Nancy Kennard. In early 1936, he decided to send his son to school in Soviet Union to shield him from racist attitudes. Let me say that again. In early 1936, he decided to send his son to school in the Soviet Union to shield him from racist attitudes. 1936, he's a black guy, and he's in the United States. He decides to send his son to the Soviet Union in 1936. to shield him from racist attitudes. Wait a minute. Didn't World War II happen right? Wasn't there? Okay, moving on. Then he played the role of Toussaint Louverture in the eponymous play by C.L.R. James at the Westminster Theater and appeared in the film Song of Freedom and Showboat in 1936. My Song Goes Forth, King Solomon's Mines, My Big Fella. 1937 and 1938, he was named the American Motion Picture. I don't know. It seems like, okay, Spanish-American War and political activism. Let me get into that. Because I'm looking for what, because it seems like, yeah, I want to read some more about the political activism. Thanks for sending this page. Did you wanted to say something, Doc? I want to read some more because the political stuff is what I'm interested in with him. It says, Robeson believed that the struggle against fascism during the Spanish Civil War was a turning point in his life and transformed him into a political activist. Okay, now we're getting to it. In 1937, he used his concert performance to advocate the Republican cause and the war's refugees. He permanently modified his renditions of Old Man River, initially by singing the word darkies instead of niggers. Later, by changing some of the stereotypical dialect in the lyrics to standard English and replacing the fatalistic last verse, I gets weary and sick of tying. I'm tired of living and screwed of dying. With an uplifting verse of his own, but I keep laughing instead of crying. I must keep fighting until I'm dying. Transforming it from a tragic song of resignation with a hint of protest implied into a battle hymn of unwavering defiance. His business agent expressed concern about his political involvement, but Robeson overruled him and decided that contemporary events trumped commercialism. In Wales, he commemorated the Welsh people killed while fighting for the Republicans, where he recorded a message that became his epitaph. The artist must take sides. He must elect to fight for freedom or slavery. I have made my choice. I have no alternative. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm fucking chopping this shit up. I need to know more about the Welsh people fighting for the Republicans. I need to make a note on that. Let me make a note. Fuck. Because I really got to look that up. Maybe that's what we'll be talking about next week. It says, after an invitation from JBS Haldane, he traveled to Spain in 1938 because he believed in the International Brigade's cause. Visited the hospital of Benicassim, singing to the wounded soldiers. Robeson also visited the battlefront and provided a moral boost to the Republicans at the time when their victory was unlikely. Back in England, he hosted Jawaharlal Nehru to support Indian independence, where Nehru expounded on imperialism affiliation with fascism. Robeson reevaluated the direction of his career and decided to focus on the ordeals of common people. He appeared in a pro-labor play, Planting the Sun, in which he played an Irishman, his first white role. Really? What Max Jurgen and the International Committee on African Affairs, later known as the Council on African Affairs, Robeson became an advocate for African nationalism and political independence. Okay. Paul Robeson was living in Britain until shortly before the start of the Second World War in 1939. His name was included in the Sonderfundungslist GB as a target for arrest if Germany had occupied Britain. If Germany had occupied Britain, he would be under arrest. Wait What does that mean? World War II, the Broadway Othello, political activism, and McCarthyism. 1939 to 1945, World War II, and the Broadway Othello. Robeson's last British film was The Prov Valley, 1940, set in the Welsh coal mining town. Shortly after the outbreak of World War II, Robeson and his family returned to the United States in 1940 to Enfield, Connecticut, and he became America's #1 entertainer with a radio broadcast of Ballad for Americans. Nevertheless, during a tour in 1940, the Beverly Wilshire Hotel was the only major Los Angeles hotel willing to accommodate him due to his race. Really? So they say that again. Nevertheless, during the tour of 1940, the Beverly Hills Wilshire Hotel was the only major Los Angeles hotel willing to accommodate him due to his race. This is in 1940. At an exorbitant rate and registered under an assumed name, and he therefore dedicated 2 hours of every afternoon to sitting in the lobby where he was widely recognized to ensure that the next time blacks come through, they have a place to stay. Los Angeles Hotel lifted their restrictions on black guests soon afterwards. Really? Robeson narrated the 1942 documentary Native Land, which was labeled by the FBI as communist propaganda. After an appearance in Tales of Manhattan, a production which he felt was very offensive to my people, he announced that he would no longer act in films because of the demeaning roles available to blacks. I've heard that before. It sounds like they still say that today. According to Democratic Socialist writer Barry Finger's critical appraisal of Robeson, while the Hitler-Stalin Pact was still in effect, Robeson counseled American blacks that they had no stock in the rivalry European powers. Once Russia was attacked, he urged blacks to support the war effort, now warning that an Allied defeat would make slaves of us all. Robeson participated in benefit concerts on behalf of the war effort, and at a concert at the Polo Grounds, he met two emissaries from the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, Solomon Mikolas and Itzik Pfeffer. Subsequently, Robeson reprised his role of Othello at the Schubert Theater in 1943 and became the first African-American to play the role with a white supporting cast on Broadway. Wow. So everybody else was, oh shit. So he was the main star. And that's 1943. During the same period, he addressed a meeting with Commissioner Kennesaw Mountain Landis and team owners in a failed attempt to convince them to admit black players to Major League Baseball. He toured North America with Othello until 1945, and subsequently his political efforts with the CAA to get colonial powers to discontinue their exploitation of Africa were short-circuited by the United Nations. Did he help with the Major League Baseball stuff? How come I don't know this guy if he did all this stuff? During this period, Robeson also developed a sympathy for Republic of China's side in the Second Sino-Japanese War. In 1940, the Chinese progressive activist Liu Liangamo taught Robeson the patriotic song Chi La, Arise, known as the March of the Volunteers. Robeson premiered the song at a concert in New York City, Louis Home Stadium, and recorded it in both English and Chinese for Keynote Records in early 1941. Robeson gave further performances at benefit concerts for the China Aid Council and United China Relief in Washington's Uline Arena in April 24, 1941. The Washington Committee for Aid China's booking of Constitution Hall had been blocked by the Daughters of American Revolution, owing to Robeson's race. Okay. The indignation was so great that Eleanor Roosevelt and Hu Xin, the Chinese ambassador, became sponsors. However, when the organization offered tickets to generous terms to the National Negro Congress to help fill the larger venue, both sponsors withdrew, objecting to the NC communist ties. Was it because he was black, or was it because he was a communist? The song became newly founded People's Republic of China's national anthem after 1949. Really? That's fucking crazy. The song became newly founded People's Republic of China's national anthem after 1949. Its Chinese lyricist Tian Han died in Beijing prison in 1968, but Robeson continued to send royalties to his family. Wow. So why did he die broke if he fucking owned the whole China's national anthem, bro? Who is this guy? Oh shit. I just want to read this last little part. Am I losing y'all? Comments. He's one of the guys I've mentioned before as an early activist, but I think only Pat knew the name, but not much about him. Yeah, I swear I'm learning a lot today. It says I learned about him because I was in theater in high school, not in history class or during Black History Month. See, I wasn't in theater, so that's probably why I missed it. Let me read this last part right here. It says, this is not the end of the Wikipedia. This is just the last part I'm going to read. It says, in 1956 to 1957, end of McCarthyism. In 1956, Robeson was called before HUAC after he refused to sign an affidavit affirming that he was not a communist. In his testimony, he invoked the Fifth Amendment and refused to reveal his political affiliation. When asked why he had not remained in the Soviet Union because of his affinity with his political ideology, he replied, because my father was a slave and my people died to build the United States, and I'm going to stay here and have a part of it, just like you, and no fascist-minded people will drive me from it. At that hearing, Robeson stated whether I am not a communist is irrelevant. Whether I am or not a communist is irrelevant. The question is whether American citizens, regardless of their political beliefs or sympathies, may enjoy the constitutional rights. Due to the reaction to the promulgation of Robson's political reviews, his recordings and films were removed from public distribution, and he was universally condemned in the U.S. press. During the height of the Cold War, it became increasingly difficult in the United States to hear Robeson sing on commercial radio, buy his music, or see his films. That's why I haven't heard of him. In 1956, in the United Kingdom, Topic Records, at the time part of the Workers' Music Association, released a single of Robeson singing Joe Hill, written by Alfred Hayes and Earl Robson, backed with John Brown's body. Joe Hill was a labor activist in the early 20th century, and Joe Hill, sung by Robeson, is the third favorite choice of British Labour Party politicians on the BBC radio program Desert Island Discs. In 1956, after public pressure brought a one-time exemption to the travel ban, Robeson performed 2 concerts in Canada in February, one in Toronto and the other in Union Convention in Sudbury, Ontario. Still generally unable to perform abroad in person, on May 26, 1957, Robeson sang for a London audience at St. Pancras Town Hall, where the 1,000 available concert tickets sold out within an hour via the recently completed transaction telephone cable, TAT1. In October that year, using the same technology, Robeson sang to an audience of 5,000 at Porthcow's Grand Pavilion in Wales. Nikita Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalinism at the 1956 Party Congress silenced Robeson on Stalin, although Robeson continued to praise the Soviet Union. The year Robeson, along with close friend W.B. Du Bois, compared the anti-Soviet uprising in Hungary to the same sort of people who overthrew the Spanish Republic government and support the Soviet invasion and suppression of the revolt. Robeson's passport was finally restored in 1958 as a result of the U.S. Supreme Court's 5-4 decision in Kent versus Dulles, where the majority ruled that the denial of the passport without due process amounted to a violation of constitutionality protected liberty under the Fifth Amendment. Then they should have gave him his fucking money or something. Like, they robbed him all that time. Like, If they just going to give it back to him and say, "Oh, they violated his constitutional right," somebody owe him some fucking money. I wonder if that's what happened. Did they leave that out? Guess I don't have to play the video now because that covered everything. The main reason I remember him is he died on January 23rd, my birthday. Wow. And he's a nobody in my mind, and everybody should know about him. So I'm glad. Hopefully people watch this show, because then I just documented that shit. No, I know y'all dudes not finna look up the damn Wikipedia on that guy. So you could just watch this video. It's way easier. I don't know. Chris Hedges, I think he asks him some good questions at the end, because we just covered everything. Let me see. After I play this little clip, Doc, tell me what you want to cover, because I've covered everything for this week already. Tomorrow is just going to be me goofing off.
Specific at that particular historical moment.
I want to talk about the his physical, as you mentioned, and psychological health deteriorates under this constant campaign against him. And in 1961, his son finds him in the bathroom of a Moscow hotel attempting to slit his wrists. And until the death of his son, he argued that his father was a victim of the CIA chemist Sidney Gottlieb's MK Ultra program, which secretly administered synthetic hallucinogenics to dissidents, leaving many to have mental breakdowns or even commit suicide. And of course, one of the tactics was that after that hallucinogenic trauma, which is not explained to them, they don't know why they have it, they funnel them into electroshock therapy, which happened to Robeson, and they never really recover. And his son always argued that this was orchestrated by the CIA. And I wondered if you could address that.
Well, interestingly enough, his son, Paul Robeson Jr., writes a 2-volume biography of his father, which is actually quite interesting, and he deals with that point. Likewise, at New York University, at the Tamament Library, at the NYU, under Paul Robeson Jr.'s name, you can find detail and findings that help to substantiate the point that Paul Robeson Jr. makes. Likewise, as history proceeds, new documents arise, which is one of the reasons why many historians speak to history as argument without end, because as time passes, new documents arise. As you know, there's a 30-year rule with regard to the United States government releasing documents. And so now we can expect documents as recent as, 1992 to be coming forth. And so you see in this new book, A White Malice, which just came out recently, a very thick tone. The author takes advantage of some of these records to talk about Sidney Gottlieb and actually to talk about the CIA malfeasance on the African continent with the same kind of dirty tricks that were directed against Paul Robeson, also directed against African leaders as well, which helps to give sustenance and credibility to the charges that Paul Robeson Jr. makes. And interestingly enough, the author of the book, White Malice, who brings out this new evidence that I was just alluding to, also suggests that recent regulations and legislation with regard to files on the Kennedy assassination, which, as you know, takes place in 1963, well before the 30-year rule. Now we're talking about a 60-year rule, that documents are still emerging that are shedding light on Africa, shedding light on the U.S. Red Scare. Interestingly enough, the current U.S. president, for various reasons, has put a hold on coming releases of documents. I take it that hold will be lifted soon. And so we can expect to receive more documentation that no doubt will help to substantiate the charge that not only was Paul Robeson likely subjected to dirty tricks of the most malevolent variety, but many of his comrades. There are a lot of unexplained deaths in this country. As the book White Malice points out, there's this really striking coincidence of so many people committing suicide by jumping out of skyscrapers, for example. One has a very curious trend. And so once again, the lesson is that historians need to keep researching, journalists need to keep researching, journalists and historians need to keep writing.
Well, there was a whole unit set up to terrorize Black artists like Billie Holiday and destroy their lives. And Billie Holiday is another example, perhaps, of that.
Well, certainly. And in fact, there was a recent movie that did not do very well at the box office, perhaps fortunately, that tries to depict the kind of dirty tricks that Billie Holiday was subjected to. But alas, I think that the salacious aspects tend to overcome the creativity of the screenplay writer and the director.
Great. We're going to stop there. That was Professor Gerald Horn on the great Paul Robeson. I want to thank the Real News Network and its production team, Cameron.
Yep. That MK Ultra stuff was interesting. Then they breezed right over that part. Damn. So maybe it wasn't that they had revolted his passport. It's they had messed him up mentally so he couldn't. Why did he die broke? It seems like it's like they're saying he died broke. After doing all that stuff? Like, wow. Government could just take it all away, huh? That's scary to me. So you better submit. Says U.S. pours billions into Ukraine proxy war. U.S. pours billions into Ukraine proxy war while keeping public in the dark. That was the gray zone. We already know that. I wonder, do I have a am I sharing this with y'all? I wonder if I have the it was something I saw. What was it? Did I play this? I think I played this. I don't want to get in trouble. Fuck it.
Gates versus Musk is the heavyweight fight of the century. Won't be a very good actual fight, but money-wise. Hello there, you 5.6 million awakening wonders. Together we voyage towards philosophy of life. I'm talking about. Hey, I see Bill Gates don't like Elon Musk. Why would that be? Are you a subscriber yet? If you're not a subscriber yet, subscribe right now. Give this video a thumbs up, only if you like it. I'll put on just empty, hollow flattery. And turn on the notification. Comments below saying, would you like to join I'm one of the world's richest men and get involved in some kind of spat. Let's see what it is that Bill Gates don't like about Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who on this channel we appreciate as a champion of free speech, a person that seems to be influencing public debate in all sorts of interesting ways, and a person that we're very inquisitive about getting to know better. But let's see what Bill Gates says.
Bill Gates making some new comments about Elon Musk's $44 billion deal to take Twitter private. He spoke yesterday at the Wall Street Journal's CEO Summit.
The old Wall Street Journal CEO Summit, a place for average Joes. I'm just going to the CEO Summit, just exchange some ideas with my fellow CEOs. Let's put aside all these ideas about powerful individuals coming together to determine the future for average citizens. There's something for everyone, whether you're a CEO on Wall Street or
Gates was quizzed about his views on Elon Musk, in large part because of some of those tweets we saw just 2 weeks ago now, where it appeared that Elon Musk had screenshotted his text messages with Bill Gates.
Elon Musk's a gangster, isn't he? He's always doing some weird thing on Twitter. It's interesting.
Where Bill Gates effectively said that he was short Tesla, and Elon Musk turned around and said, well, if you're short Tesla, I can't really talk to you about philanthropy or anything else because I don't believe that you could possibly actually be interested in climate change.
It's interesting that there is this new appetite for outspoken public figures. Trump, Musk, and I suppose the antithesis to these plain-speaking public figures is someone like Bill Gates, who's on your TV talking about climate change or pandemics or whatever, but in private text messages saying like, "Oh, short Tesla stock." You know, and I suppose if you were interested in climate change and you believe that electric cars is part of the solution, and I feel that Bill Gates probably does believe that you wouldn't necessarily short Tesla stock. Look, my views are outside of this little crucible of affairs, to tell you the truth, but I suppose why Elon Musk is becoming increasingly popular and influential is because, in a sense, like Trump, he's become someone that people recognize is speaking plainly.
I do think that people who own platforms have a role there, and eventually the platforms tried to play that role. It was kind of too late. And when you don't have the trusted leaders, speaking out about vaccines, it's pretty hard for the platform to work against that. So I think we have a leadership problem and we have a platform problem.
When Bill Gates says that there's a leadership problem and a platform problem, I think what he means is I don't have total control over all media messaging yet, but I will endeavor to achieve that through sponsoring journalism school, by controlling the WHO, by creating various pharmacological outlets, by buying up farmland. I think it's kind of a bit rich, and I use that phrase deliberately, for Bill Gates to criticize Elon Musk on oligarchy.
So do you have any advice for Elon Musk as he buys Twitter?
He actually could make it worse. What's his goal? Where he talks about the openness. How does he feel about something that says vaccines kill people, or that Bill Gates is tracking people?
What are those two particular examples?
Is that one of the things he thinks should be spread? So, are his goals for what it ends up being? Does it match this idea of less extreme falsehood spreading so quickly, weird conspiracy theories?
This is why you need a spiritual dimension to your life. Otherwise, you just get really powerful people just trying to propagate their own ideas. Freedom of speech is a spiritual principle in a way, because it suggests that you don't know what's best and you're going to have to tolerate hearing things that you don't agree with. If you think you do know best and you want to control the conversation, that is not a spiritual principle. That's a power principle. That's if you achieve total domination, you can control outcomes. That's not something we can build a reliable future on for everyone, unless you happen to trust or agree with the person that's in power. There are already laws around terror. There are already laws around language that is about inciting and violence. These laws already exist. You don't need additional regulation and censorship. And usually this additional regulation and censorship is used to prohibit freedom of more people than it proposes to help.
Does he share that goal or not? I thought that just human judgment would work. And so far, at least under the stress of the pandemic, that hasn't stopped the crazy stuff from getting out.
There are a few things I dislike about that announcement. One is the problematization of human nature. Oh, human beings, they can't determine truth from falsehood, especially when they're under the stress of a pandemic. And two, the fact that there is the constant foreclosure and censorship of information doesn't make conspiracy theories less appealing. It makes them more appealing. When you start shutting down opposition, it doesn't make you think, oh, God, thank God we got rid of that opposition so I can just believe in the truth in an uninterrupted way, like a symphony of truth, and I'm tapping my foot to it in a deck chair. It makes you think they're frightened. They're frightened of the alternative view because there is some validity to it. I'll tell you two stories that fall outside of the framework of people just can't cope with too many stories because of the pressure of the pandemic. Hunter Biden laptop, that was repressed and controlled. The people that spoke about it were called conspiracy theorists. And the Wuhan lab leak theory, which isn't absolutely, for the purposes of responsibility, because I like to tell you the truth, it's not proven to be true yet, but there is substantial evidence that it could be true. It's at least as likely to be true as the Wuhan wet market theory. So that's not, oh no, the stress, the pressure of hearing that there's an Institute of Virology in Wuhan. Oh, the pressure and stress of hearing that Joe Biden's got some potentially illegitimate, alleged business interests that don't line up too nicely with his position as president. Oh, I can't cope with the pressure. No, there are legitimate ideas that are being closed down. Therefore, freedom of speech, good thing. It makes me feel that what these powerful elites and groups are interested in are total control of the narrative, because unless they have total control of the narrative, they'll hear information that will prevent people from being compliant.
It's a much simpler explanation to say that, this person started the pandemic than that there's this weird thing in biology.
Gates said it's unclear how Musk will change Twitter if he takes ownership, while also raising concerns about the spread of misinformation on social media platforms. Misinformation is not an objective thing like a meteorite. It is a subjective thing. Whose misinformation? Who benefits from truth? Truth is continually changing. On my podcast, Under the Skin, we had Professor Brian Cox, and he said that responsible science should be conducted with humility, accepting opposing views so that truth can be reached through consensus and synthesis of opposing ideas. It's a good podcast. You should listen to it. Gates, who has been replaced by Musk as the world's richest person in recent years, went on to question what Musk's goal is with Twitter and whether his drive to promote free speech is sensible. How does he feel about something on Twitter that says vaccines kill people, or that Bill Gates is tracking people? Gates asked. Whether Bill Gates is tracking people or not is a matter for conjecture, but what we know for a fact is that the CDC are tracking people. We did a story on that last week. The data is available. Meanwhile, Gates has said he plans to set up a 3,000-person social media unit to help propagate accurate vaccine information in the future. This is a real gold rush for disinformation boards, isn't it? Every week a new one. Joe Biden's got a disinformation board. Bill Gates is setting up a disinformation board. Kanye West disinformation board. The last one was disinformation. When you don't have trusted leaders speaking out about vaccines, it's pretty hard for the platforms to work against that, he admitted. So I think we have a leadership problem and we have a platform problem. Yes, I think we have both of those problems, but perhaps not in the way that Bill Gates sees it. Because obviously what I believe in is freedom of speech, our ability to disagree with one another, our ability to have adult conversations with one another and disagree with one another. Do you believe that there's been free and open discourse around the subject of vaccines? Do you believe that pharmaceutical companies are subject to enough rigor and analysis? And do they share enough data, or do they occasionally say they'll boot things off 70 years into the future? Why is that? Because the information is going to make us so happy we might fall over with glee. And when it comes to Bill Gates tracking people, well, he says that in a glib.
Anyways, so Doc, what you think about that as far as the Bill Gates versus and it seems like Russell Brand chose his side. He's on Bill Gates' team all the way. I mean, not Bill Gates, I'm sorry. Elon Musk's team all the way. He's against Bill Gates. What do you think about that? Like the dynamic of Elon Musk versus Bill Gates? I say, to me, I don't, like I was saying before, it's like Batman. So like one of them is Batman, the other one is Spider-Man, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And it's like vigilante, like, you know what I'm saying? And like, whatever they feel is best is what's best. But they're tearing through the city. And it's really authoritarian. So it's just like the same system that they set us up under. That's what I don't like. And I think that people don't really see that it's like, okay, aristocrat or elites or whatever running these things, the money held by a few, and, these people make all the decisions for the many. So, but it's still the same thing if you're doing it because Bill Gates, all he does is philanthropy, right? And his wife, that's all they do now, right? So it's like I say, Bill, it's Batman and Robin, or it's Batman and freaking, I don't know, Thanos. I don't know, but it's like, these people aren't, you could view them as a good guy, but I just don't see it because, like I say, Batman is really a bad guy. He says, RB is about freedom of speech. BG is about freedom within the narrative. Okay. That's basically the same argument Russell Brand was making in the video. I wonder, let's read some comments. Comments. Gotta love the comments. These are comments underneath Russell Brand's video. One says, remember Bill Gates said natural immunity is unfortunate. Dun, dun, dun. I didn't say that, you guys. I was reading the comment. Next comment, it says, when I listen to Gates speaking most of the time, there's almost literal bells going off in my head like BS, BS, BS. Next comment, it says, Gates had just given Musk the biggest recommendation possible. Bill Gates, I don't like what Elon is doing with Twitter. The whole world, he pissed off Bill Gates, so he's clearly doing something very good. Yep. Maybe Bill Gates don't really understand how the internet works with trolling and all of that. They do the opposite. The internet, they do the opposite of whatever you tell them to do. You tell them, don't click on this video. Don't like this video. Don't watch this video. They're going to watch it. Like, you don't tell me what not to do. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to watch it. Yo, you don't tell me what not to do. That's the internet. It says, that's just a conspiracy fact. We love you, Russell. Excuse me. Another comment, it says, the only thing I find amazing at this point is that Gates is still given a respect at all. People still interview him. He's released a new book, etc. How this madness persists is beyond me. How he's not in prison yet speaks volumes to me about the state of corruption we're in. That wasn't my comment. That was the comment I'm reading underneath the video, people. More comments. It says, I never envisioned a world where Russell Brand was the light of reason, but here we are, and he is exceptional at it. I'd have to condone that freaking comment. It says, Gates sure doesn't make me feel like he wants the better for humanity. Another comment, it says, if he's upsetting Bill Gates, he's doing something right. Dang, okay, somebody already said that. We need more of this, just like how they pit us against each other, so we don't unite against their oligarchy. We should be pitting the billionaires against each other. That's an interesting take. Gates certainly does not want Musk to have a platform which allows people to have their own opinions and come to their own conclusions when they are given the truth, the facts. One of the qualities about Musk that I like is his ability and willingness to talk unscripted to people without leaving the impression that he has a devious underlying agenda in which we are the product. I think one thing, though, about Musk that people, I don't think the perception that you guys have of Musk is who he really is. Like, this guy's a genius, and he really knows how to, he understands the media. He understands the internet. He understands image. So don't forget that. Let me read some more. It says, I don't think that disinformation is often called that because it sounds better than calling it concealing truth. And like I said about Batman, it's like, you put on the mask so they don't know who you are during the day. And at nighttime is, well, both times you have on a mask. But I mean, you just go around and act like a regular person during the day, right? And at night you put on the mask, you're Batman. So think about it in reverse and think about it as like Elon Musk is Batman during the day because he has on his mask. And you don't really know who he is. Takes off his mask only at home when he's in his bat cave. Let me read some more. It says, Bill, as a crazy person myself, I take offense to your usage of the term. Please, we crazy people would like to colloquially be referred to as people who don't believe your bullshit lies. Thanks, Bill. You're crazy. Crazy conspiracy theorist. Another comment, it says, since the whole COVID thing started, I've been following a very simple way of thinking. If Bill Gates says that we should act in a certain way, we should act in the exact opposite. Like I said, that's the internet. They're getting repetitive, so I'm gonna stop reading the comments. How y'all feel, man? Doc says, which is really the mask, Batman or Bruce Wayne? That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Which one is the mask? That's the good question. Which one is the mask? Which one is really him? All I can say is that we don't know. You know what I mean? We think we do, but what we see is the mask. It says balloons fell from a yacht into a bay. It led to an arrest and 25,000 in fines. Y'all need to stop freaking releasing these damn balloons, these damn gender reveals, all this dumbass shit. One of the damn wildfires started off a damn gender reveal. Y'all stop doing that stupid shit. It's dumb. You want to have a party? Have a party. Just have a party. Don't need all that shit. My daughter's birthday, she was like, "Where's the balloons?" I made some excuse, but I'm stopped buying balloons. Like, they're so useless and pointless. Another thing is the plants, the flowers. People cut flowers. Talking to somebody about that recently. And I'm like, I don't like cut flowers. Like, the idea of giving people flowers, okay, yeah, sweet. But I really like plants. I love them. And I don't like to see them slowly die. Like, you're not going to keep these flowers alive. People are like, oh, I'm going to keep them alive. No, you're not. They're going to die. They're slowly dying already. It's a wrap. As soon as they got cut and put in the little shop for you to buy it, they was slowly dying. And that's what I see when I see some flowers in a vase. I see death. So if I want to give somebody some flowers, I want to give it in a pot or whatever, a living plant that they can keep alive and they can care for. Y'all call me crazy. Call me crazy. What did they say about COVID deaths? Complacency has a price. AMA warns reinfection rates to rise as South African COVID deaths surpass 400. South Africa. Pre-delivery test flight. The Chinese rival to the Boeing 737 MAX, an Airbus SE A320neo narrow-body aircraft completed its first pre-delivery test flight. So narrow-body, what does that mean? The Boeings are big, and I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That sounds like military. I think about that. Whenever I hear Boeing, that's all I think about. So whatever company is making their planes over there in China probably are the same ones who make their military planes. So I know this one is probably going to be for moving freight, but I feel like I see a buildup happening. What does it say? Storm Prediction Center. Well, we're not in the green area, so let's keep it moving. People are talking about the Kendrick Lamar video. What did it say? Tyler, this is Tyler Perry tweet. One man standing on two words, kill everybody. This new Kendrick Lamar album is ministering to my soul. You, sir, continue to reaffirm your genius. But somebody should have warned me about Mother I Sober. Tears. I was checking it out. It just dropped. I was checking it out a bit. I'm going to check it out some more, really. Really, you got to listen to his stuff. You can't just... This says, in the Republican primary for Pennsylvania open Senate seat, Kathy Barnett, black mother of two, who has never held office and whose life story has moved many white anti-abortion conservatives, poses a late threat to the two presumptive favorites. That's interesting. The emergence of the Black Republicans. Let's see. Does it have a article? Yes, it does. Let's read this article. Kathy Burnett's. What he said. I have always given a potted flower on Valentine's Day. If the chicks didn't get it, then there would not normally be a second Valentine. Yeah, man. I hope they fucking get it. Man, me and you, Doc, we got some weird things in common. Because it's not really normal. Like, I think most people just do the flowers, but I hate to see it. I used to do it all the time when I was younger, but I've gotten older now. I feel like when you know better, you do better. He says Boeing makes 90% of commercial planes. Yeah, but don't they make military stuff too? Let's go to this Kathy Barnett's article because it's interesting. The emergence of the damn identity politics on both sides. That's the dominant political scheme or schematic, whatever I'm trying to say. Saying 3 words at once. Can y'all get this off of my screen? Thank you. Okay. In Pennsylvania, a hard right candidate star rises. So who's writing this? Let's see. Kevin, you sent me something. Kevin Barnett's for Senate.com. I got a notification on my phone and the screen, like at the same time. In Pennsylvania, a hard right candidate star rises. Donald Trump says she can't win in November, but Kathy Burnett is pressing toward Tuesday's voting. They're coming out with long knives at this point, she said. So this is, oh yeah, I wanted to know who's writing this. New York Times, okay. This is the caption underneath this picture says Kathy Burnett, who has publicly espoused homophobic and anti-Muslim views, has been propelled by strong debate performances in her personal story. Kristen J. Bethel for the New York Times. I might get in trouble for reading this, ain't gonna lie, y'all. This is by Tracy Tully, May 13th, 2022. I might just try to break it up as I read it so maybe they don't catch it. Because New York Times, they might come for me. It says, Southampton, Pennsylvania. Kathy Burnett's opposition to abortion could not be more personal. Her mother was raped and gave birth to her at age 12. It wasn't a choice. It was a life, my life. An emotional campaign video starts. So she was raped and gave birth to her at age 12. Wow. It wasn't a choice. It was my life, my life. It was a life, my life.
No, she was born because her mother was raped.
Oh shit. Okay. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
My brain, I was sitting here like, I'm not reading this right. I'm sitting here like my brain, I'm like trying to get my brain around it. I'm tired. It's almost 4 a.m.
Her mother was.
Yeah, her mother was. That's what it says. Her mother was raped and gave birth to her at age 12. Okay, I was saying that wrong. Or reading it wrong. My brain was computing it wrong. So that's what's throwing me off because of the quote. It says it wasn't a choice. It was my life. It was a life, my life. So that quote was apparently from her mom.
No, she's saying that an abortion, if her mother had an abortion because she was raped at age 12, she would not be alive.
Okay.
It wasn't a choice. It was a life. Her life. My life. I'm alive today because my mother did not make that choice.
Okay. All right. Now it's hitting home. It has hit home. Takes a while for me. I'm kind of slow, y'all. Let me read some more. Miss Burnett, a hard right conservative, locked in a 7-way Republican primary for an open Pennsylvania Senate seat, is suddenly surging in the polls. statistically tied for first place with two ultra-rich men, and one of them has the lone thing more valuable than money or name recognition in the GOP primary, a Trump endorsement. So it'll hurt Trump's brand if she wins because they're going to say Trump don't have the magic no more. As the election approaches on Tuesday, Miss Burnett, 50, a black mother of two who has never held office and whose life story has moved many white anti-abortion conservatives, poses a late threat to the two presumptive favorites, David McCormick, a retired hedge fund manager, and Dr. Mehmet Oz, a television celebrity endorsed by former President Donald J. Trump. Oh yeah, I saw some of those press whatevers. So where is this election happening? What state is this? Did they say that? Pennsylvania. Okay, so damn, that's pretty big because if it's in Pennsylvania and it's been on my radar because I've been seeing and I haven't seen her and I don't think I've seen David McCormick either, but I have seen the Oz guy. Well, that shows the power of money behind your freaking campaign and like television advertising and all that shit. That tells me that she's gonna lose because I didn't hear about her, but I have heard about the other guy. And I'm not in Pennsylvania, but if in Pennsylvania, then the majority of people only know. Well, the other guy's the incumbent. Who's the incumbent? You have to know Pennsylvania politics, but I think that the Oz guy most likely is going to win. Maybe because of Donald Trump's endorsement, or maybe not. Maybe just because of television ads. Because I've seen some press on him, and I haven't seen none on the other two. And I'm way down here in Texas. Let me read some more. It says, Miss Barnett, who has publicly espoused homophobic and anti-Muslim views, has been propelled mainly by her strong debate performances in Iraq's The Richest Story. Not even the news on Thursday that Mr. Trump had questioned elements of her past and declared that only Dr. Oz could defeat Democrats in November seemed to bother her. Wow. So I bet you Trump trolling her, that's going to help. That's going to help her. Like I just said, the internet world is the opposite. So if he said anything about her at all, it's going to bring her on people's radar that she wouldn't even been. Hours after Mr. Trump's statement, Ms. Burnett spoke at a Republican Party dinner. They're coming with long knives at this point, she told the audience in Southampton, about a half-hour drive north of Philadelphia, right? And I had the best day of my life today. Later, talking to reporters who were mainly barred from the event, she said she interpreted Mr. Trump's comments as favorable. The former president, favorable. If she understands the internet, the former president has said that she would never be able to win the general election in November. See, those comments, the internet, the general election in November, but that she had a wonderful future in the Republican Party. So, okay, that's still, yeah. So it's like a backhanded ass freaking like, what the hell? Like, there goes Trump with his like, the way he talks is so like, what are you saying, buddy? This article sucks, bro. It's so repetitive. We know that President Trump does not mince words. After a quote of him mincing words, she said, I think the letter was favorable, and I look forward to working with the president. In campaign videos and in front of voters, she explains that she spent the least. Why did they say that? In campaign videos and in front of voters. She explains that she spent at least part of her childhood living on a pig farm in southern Alabama, in the one-stop sign town of Nichburg, in a house without insulation, running water, or indoor toilet. Wow. People still live like that? I have to think about that for a minute because I got people up in the country. They don't live like that. They up in the country, but they have indoor fucking plumbing and insulation. And I have people up in a area. It's literally in the country, and they said one stop sign. It's like that over there. I mean, they might have some more, but yeah, it's a town that you literally gonna drive through and don't know that you did drive through it, and it'll be like that too. And you don't have to be driving fast. So, does that mean that they were exaggerating this, or did she really go through that? That's a question mark. Let me read the Doc's comments. He says her actual political page. I'm gonna pull it up. 45 is playing a long game and has been since the early 2000s. I think so too. I used to live in Clarence, LA. My house was the one on the left. Oh, what? And it's something that you sent me? A picture or something? Let me go back to this article, even though I'm kind of scared to read it because of the New York Times. But what did it say? But this country allowed me to be able to create a different narrative for myself, she told Republicans at a campaign forum on Wednesday held by a group that is dissatisfied with Pennsylvania's mainstream GOP and hopes to elect a slate of more conservative candidates to the state committee. They want more conservative, more conservative. So what's her story? I guess we'll go to her page. Let me read a little bit more. It says, but that country is about to come to a close. She warned in a sing-song stomp speech that blended the confidence of the pulpit and the intimacy of the confessional. So we need good people now to stand up and begin to fight for the greatest nation that has ever existed. So that is that rhetoric can definitely get people going. Let's see. She opposes gun control and abortion rights and proposes limiting the federal government's involvement in the healthcare industry. She has ridiculed, basically that means deregulation of the healthcare industry and deregulation of the gun industry. And she says she opposes abortion rights. So that means against Roe versus Wade. She has ridiculed the Muslim faith in online posts and promotes Mr. Trump's lie that the 2020 election was stolen in a 2010 essay published online by the Canada Free Press. She urged that the gay rights movement, which she called immoral and perversive, sought domination and should be thwarted, citing the Bible as justification. This lady is scary, bruh. This is scarier than Trump. That's scary. That's scary. This lady's scary. She said, make no mistake about it, homosexuality is a targeted group in the Bible, right along with cheats, drunkards, liars, foul mouths, extortionists, robbers, and any other habitual sin, she wrote. So, but what does Christ say? He who hasn't sinned, throw the first stone. I wonder about how she sweeps around her front yard and backyard. I wonder what skeletons she has in her closet. People that talk like this are always the people who like project this image of like holier than thou, and they never are. We're all human, so I guarantee you, she's got some stuff she does that she's wouldn't want people to know that she does because she has this image. Talk to her kids, her families, her spouse. In an interview, she said she had no plan to move toward the center if she wins next week. So basically, she's giving them what they want. So they want more conservative, hard conservative. And then she's a black woman. So the image politics plays in. So the black Republican idea and the whole thing is so perfect. Let's see. Oh, the rest of that is bullshit. Your article is trash, New York Times, if you're listening. That was a trash article. I mean, I did get some information out of it, but y'all suck. Y'all supposed to be the best. Okay, let me go to Doc's stuff that he sent. So this is, what is this? A link to her. Okay, this is her website. So let's look at her website together, y'all. Shoot, look, I got a pop-up that says BurnettForSenate.com wants to know your location. Allow or block. What should I do? What should I do? Allow or block. She wants to know my location. I don't know what to do. Okay, so she's got the American flag. It looks pretty cool. Like, this is a very common, these images, they spend a lot of money on this to create these. And it's funny because they all end up looking about the same. So this is a very common way to, this to make you look conservative right there, the American flag. And then with the colors, red, white, and blue. They all do this. Both sides do this, actually. Very, very common. I went down a rabbit hole on the shit having to relate it with this, and it's really, I don't really want to talk about it because it's probably going to bore you to death, but it's interesting to me because the details related to them coming up with these logos is interesting. It says Kathy Burnett wants to preserve our country. Okay. On day one, healthcare, secure borders, medical freedom, foreign policy, parental choice, jobs. And in the middle, it has a beautiful black family. She has a lace front.
Each of those topics, you can click to go into her policies.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. Freaking so yeah, husband and wife, 2 kids, perfect little American family, right? 2.5 kids. I bet you they have a
Don't spiral. You're already looking for ways to go negative. All you have to do is click on day one and start from there, and we'll be done with this topic soon.
Okay, yes, sir. That's my producer, y'all. Keep me on point. It says, once elected, starting day one, I pledge to protect individual liberty. It says, I don't know if I want to read all. Let me see. I'm not gonna read all of these. I'm gonna read the topic on all of them, but this first one I'm definitely gonna read because she says, okay, the first one is protect individual liberty. Our rights come from our creator, not from government. I oppose censorship, free speech zones, and all other efforts to curb the exercise of our rights. Election integrity is central to defending liberty, and I will defend our right to free and fair elections. My office will be transparent. Constituents will know what we are doing and what we have read and considered bills before voting on them. Constituents will know that what we are doing and that we have read and considered bills before voting on them. I think that's a heavy little that's a promise that she's not gonna be able to keep right there. Moving on, the next one, just the end of that, where she said read and considered bills before voting on them, because we know how Congress goes. And sometimes they'll give it to them right before, and it'll be like 33,000 pages. So no way in hell they read that shit. Their staff ain't even read that shit. Nobody's read that shit. Number 2, it says protect fundamental rights. The Second Amendment preserves constitutional rights and the right to self-defense. I oppose gun control legislation and will pursue national concealed carry reciprocity. Can't read today. I oppose civil forfeiture and will seek to curb its practice. Yeah, I don't like civil forfeiture, so in the first line she said, under protect individual liberty, I guess I should have said this. When she said our rights come from the creator, I agree with that, not from the government. And then she said I oppose censorship, I agree with that. Free speech zones, I don't know what that means, but and all other efforts to curb the exercise of our rights, I agree with that. Election integrity is central to defending liberty, and I will defend our right to free and fair elections. I agree with that. But see, that one is loaded on some political stuff saying that, the elections be rigged and shit. But whenever you go down that line, you're not talking about campaign contributions. You're not talking about lobbyists. You know what I'm saying? You're not talking about taking money out of politics. So if you're not talking about that, then that line is bullshit. And when she says constitutional rights and gun control, that's just food for the base, because that's just what you say as a conservative. And he said, pursue a national concealed carry reciprocity. So basically, you saying that she wants to pursue something that you could carry concealed, nationally, which we don't have because it's state by state. But that's kind of weird when you're talking about the constitutions and state rights and being conservative. So that's playing both sides right there. But I like
technically, firearms are under Second Amendment. So a national firearm policy, a national carry policy is within the constitutional boundaries. It's not, it is state, but national can say, well, here are the minimum limits. Everyone can do this within the United States. You figure out what they can do within your own state.
That's what I'm saying. So it would kick it back to the states, and the states could say, no, we don't want people here to have concealed guns. Unless they're like law enforcement or something. So then, that's what I'm saying. So if you're trying to push for it nationally, that kind of pushes against the idea of the conservatism and the states' rights, because you would have to force the state.
It's a national right to carry a firearm. Now, what firearms can be carried and all that's what we have to agree upon. Now, does it have to be concealed carry or open carry? I've got no problem with a person carrying a gun on their hip in any state, no matter what. People carrying it under their jacket, concealed, that I have a problem with, especially if they're untrained or, you know what I mean.
Yeah, this topic is touchy as hell, so I don't really want to say where I fall on it, but there's gonna be states that's not gonna want people to have concealed carry or whatever, or any kind of weapons. It's like it won't be an argument.
I'm only speaking towards the conversation, not hardcore beliefs right now.
Okay,
we
yeah.
get into that discussion once we get the conversation open.
Yeah, right. So but what I'm saying is, though, it's still a contradiction, because nationally, if you say they can conceal carry nationally, then that's going to be a pressing on those states. If the states can't say, no, we don't want people in our state with concealed weapons unless they're law enforcement. You get what I'm saying? There'll definitely be states that won't be with it. So if it's a national thing, then it's going to be pushing against the states. Number 3, she says, defend the right to life. Life begins at conception. Every life is precious and possesses inherent dignity. I will promote legislation that bans late-term abortions, bars the use of federal funds to deliver and promote abortion, and protects organizations and institutions from mandates which infringe on their religious liberties. So, one thing about this topic that, even though we talked about this topic really heavily, one part, because I was thinking about this, one part we didn't really touch on is birth control, like birth control pills or whatever, IUDs or whatever the hell it is. So the thing is, you have companies that are religious company, and like, okay, the insurance is not going to cover any kind of birth control stuff because we don't agree with that, or you work for a company or whatever the hell is going on. So the girl can't, they limit access to the girl's ability to have birth control as far as, contraception and whatnot. Don't educate them on sex. And then if they get pregnant, freaking, they can't have an abortion. Do y'all see like how it's like, I think it's bigger, like it's a whole cycle. Because they bring back, making abortion illegal, and then they bring back all the contraception. So then we back to the 1800s. But that's funny. She said life begins at conception, but then she said, I will promote legislation that bans late-term abortions. So that's kind of saying, oh, it's okay with early-term abortions. But before that, she said life begins at conception, and every life is precious and possesses inherent dignity. Anyways, moving on. Protect our national sovereignty. The essence of a national sovereignty is control of national borders, and we are stronger and better for structured, organized immigration. I will promote.
I dropped a comment on 3.
Okay. I will promote our business interests and those of legal immigrants, pursuing strong border and internal enforcement actions. My office will insist on long-term plans to tackle the border crisis, address systemic problems that encourage illegal immigration, and confront the national security and public safety threats of unchecked smuggling. So basically, this one is like meat. The essence of national sovereignty. I like what she says. The essence of national sovereignty is control of national borders. We're stronger and better for structured and organized immigration. I can't argue with that. But she's basically just giving them red meat because, like I say, that border argument is just a political tool. Nobody really believes this stuff. It's just meat. Doc says, life begins at conception, open for debate. Every life is precious and possesses inherent dignity. Absolutely. I will promote legislation that bans late-term abortions. Yes. Bars the use of federal funds to deliver and promote abortion. Yes. And protect organizations and institutions from mandates which infringe on their religious liberties. Yes. So, but you understand that last one, and protects organizations and institutions from mandates which infringe on their religious beliefs, can lead to people not getting birth control and stuff like that, because that's what that means. Because they're infringing on their religious beliefs by using birth control.
On the other side of that, if you work for Planned Parenthood and it is against your religious belief to offer contraceptive, then you don't belong at Planned Parenthood. That, you can't go into a job that you're going to have to do things against your moral beliefs and then say, I won't do it because my moral belief. Because it's your choice to accept that job. That is your choice. That is your will. And I'm sorry, it is okay to be fired for your religious or moral belief because you are using it to not do the job duties that are expected of you when you were hired in the first place.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. That's the opposite of the argument. How it works is the people force people to, not, like I say, not be able to have a contraception and shit like that. It could be Chick-fil-A. What is it? Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is a religious company. They're not open on Sundays. What if Chick-fil-A said none of their employees could use their insurance for birth controls or anything like that?
They already did that.
See,
that I don't know if it was that company or another one, but that is one of the things about 4 years ago. You should probably look up. I don't know how that went in Supreme Court. I think that went badly for the companies. But yeah, there was and I believe the ruling was if you are a publicly shared company, you do not have the ability to say religious or moral beliefs. That's the same way they made Coca-Cola start paying taxes back in the day because they used to be owned by the Mormon church and were not taxed because of it.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's just another way to dodge taxes. So that's bullshit. They shouldn't. I think the main thing that'll fix all the damn problems with the damn economy, GDP, the fucking budget is just collect the taxes that's right there on the books, the stuff that they're supposed to have been collecting. Close the loopholes. Really, really simple. And then money would just be flooding in the system. They say everybody's going to move away. Bullshit. They can't. They got businesses here. They'll just move the businesses. Bullshit.
As long as there's money to be made, people will stay.
Yeah, they're still going to be able to make money. They're just going to have to pay some more in taxes. And they'll probably just freaking take that out on the employees anyways. Hire fewer people or pay them less or whatever to balance out the difference. And at the end of the day, it won't make no real difference to their bottom line.
No, just raise the taxes on the products. I mean, after all,
the prices, yeah.
The end users understand it's because of all the taxes and stuff that we have to raise prices and everything. So it's not us to be mad at, the corporate people, it's the government.
Well, the government and the corporate people are intertwined. I was going to say something, but I lost it. Let me read some more.
Say, only if you believe the dark side of Twitter.
Yeah. It says the next one, number 5, is restore energy independence. America has been a significant energy exporter, and it is in our interest to leave all energy options on the table as we pursue environmental goals. Energy independence is crucial to security, essential to preventing international affairs, and central to economic development. It makes no sense to squander our abundant energy resources so China and India can ramp up their use of coal. I will promote clean nuclear and fossil fuel options. That just messed my head up right there. Clean nuclear and fossil fuel options. So I guess some of the nuclears could be clean, but how can the fossil fuel options be clean? Alongside renewable energy research and development. And why is she touching on this topic anyway? This is like some I want to be the president topic right here, because she's just going for a seat in the Senate in Pennsylvania. How much would, this really important to her, her getting elected or whatever? Like, is she really going to be doing something related to this and her,
This is a checklist of the common questions that are asked of anyone in politics. So she's just doing the top 10. Hey, here's my 10 first day. Here's what I'm going to do going into office.
Well, number 6 says, remain true to my oath, root out and punish corruption. Conflicts of interest undermine our right to honest government. Those who serve in U.S. government must be subject to the highest standards of conduct and should suffer serious consequences for enriching themselves from their positions. I wonder if she really fucking stands on that. I will pursue because I'll vote for her if she does this. I will pursue strengthened ethics rules for those who are in government, and I will not be manipulated by special interests or foreign actors. My husband and I will not hold or trade in individual stocks, and I will only invest in mutual funds, thereby removing the self-interest investment motivations that corrupt others. I will serve only 2 terms in the Senate, the term for which I am seeking election 1 additional term. I think those are promises she's not going to be able to uphold, just like I said earlier. Yeah, she's not going to be able to do none of that. Not even the 2 terms part. Because I think that once she get in there, she's going to be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to run again, you know. Oh, yeah, I did say I was only going to do 2 terms. So how much do you think you can really get done in 2 terms? Well, I guess that's a long time in the Senate, right? That's 12 years.
2 terms in the Senate, and then maybe drop to the House.
Right.
And then, I can go back to the Senate because I did my 2 terms, but I didn't promise I wouldn't do 2 more.
Yeah.
And
try to
all
run
of a
for
sudden,
president.
Now I'm 62 years old and am a single black mother Republican. Holy shit. She beat Hillary down a fucking heartbeat.
That's what I was about to say. Run for president.
She'd be up there. She'd be right in the junkyard scrap for fucking president with AOC. She'd beat the hell out of her.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what So that's
Right.
I already hear
By
it.
the way, just to scare everyone listening right now, AOC is eligible to become president or vice president in 2024. Be afraid.
Well, I think they would have to primary Joe Biden. Maybe not a bad idea. So, okay, who would head the ticket? If you would put AOC as the VP, who's the head of the ticket to primary Biden?
Michelle Obama.
Well, I think that would work, but I don't think they're. See, the Democrats get paid.
Saying that.
The Democrats get paid to lose, so they wouldn't even do nothing as smart as that. I don't think. Not that they don't know these things, but that they get paid to lose. That's it.
Not in the game, not beginning. They play it out like they did. If Michelle Obama had gone vice president to Hillary, there would have been no Trump.
I agree. I completely agree. I don't think that when you talk to Michelle, her interviews, she says she don't have no political ambitions. So, and they rich as fuck. They probably living like a honeymoon life now, as Obama is not president no more, and he's got all these connections, and they just call him in every now and then for this and that, and he get paid all out the ass for speaking, and so does she. So fucking, why would they want to, why would she want to?
They went from a personal value of $300,000 to $400,000 when he got elected to $32 million worth today.
Yeah, they got the movie.
About 2 years ago.
They're probably going to go down in history as the most commercial president, husband and wife duo, because they have the movie, they got books that they wrote.
Hey, I still argue that Clinton was actually the first brother president, but Obama was the first celebrity president.
Yes. And that's pretty much what led to Trump. So so that's a good topic there. So that's where
Slick Willie was a smooth brother, man, from Arkansas. I mean,
yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, I can't lie, bro. I voted for him. I saw him play the saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show. And I was like, this dude is cool as hell. Man, they're so good at what they do, aren't they? So yeah, so maybe Clinton was the first celebrity president. So, but it looks like we got a string of celebrity presidents. Nah, we got to even go further back because Ronald Reagan was a freaking. So, anyways, let's not even go down that road. So, but I want to speculate some more about Michelle Obama. You said Michelle and AOC. So, like you say, I think that would work and they would win. But I don't think that Michelle has any. And then how would it? Let's say they did want Michelle to do it. How how would they motivate her to do so?
We're not talking about housing if. We're just talking about dream candidates and stuff. I mean,
yeah, but that's just
Michelle wouldn't do it, and neither would him, because they're not that left anymore. They don't want to be part of that anymore. They just want to take their money, party on the fucking beach, and be left the fuck alone.
And that's what I think. And that's the whole Democratic Party.
And I'm good with that.
And they're not left. They've been shifting more and more to the right. More and more and more and more to the right. And even
no, they've stayed the same. The party has shifted more to the left.
No, the party hasn't shifted to the left. I don't think so. I think the party has shifted to the right. And also the Republican Party has shifted to the right. Everything has moved to the right. The center is on the right. What she say? Number 7, end government imposed income stagnation and wealth inequality. I'm not going to read all of that because how the hell is she going to do that? Promote peace through strength. Restore healthcare autonomy. Promote American agriculture. That's a good one. Let's read a bit of that. That's number 10. Agriculture is one of our most important economic sectors, and it's time for Pennsylvania to again have a senator on the Agricultural Committee. I will represent Pennsylvania's farmers and recognize that our contributions to the nation's food supply are crucial to our success as a nation. My office will be the voice of Pennsylvania when I go to Washington. So there she goes, speaking to specific Pennsylvania stuff. So that's good. And agriculture, that's good. So, that's good. That sounds great to me, and I think people would like to hear that. And that's the kind of stuff that'll get her elected, because when you want that local stuff, it's going to be the Pennsylvania people that's going to put her in there. Because like I said, some of those stuff was like she already trying to run for president. So it's like she's setting herself up for that, for in the future, I think. Because some of those points that she made aren't relevant, I don't think. But they are relevant if she's building a brand to run for president. Eventually. Healthcare. McCarran-Ferguson Act is as relevant today as it was when it was adopted. It declares that the continued regulation of taxation by the several states of the business of insurance is in the public interest, and that silence on the part of Congress shall not be construed to impose any barrier to regulation of taxation of such businesses by the several states. It stated that Form then Act, no act of Congress shall be construed to invalidate, impair, or supersede any law enacted by any state for the purpose of regulating the business of insurance. That was word salad. Okay, that This button is not very good button. Because she wasn't saying anything. Let's move on. Secure borders. Oh, can I scroll like this? Oh, I can. Cool. Secure borders. Immigration. Protecting our borders to include invasion of drug cartels and uncontrolled illegal immigration. Well, you already know what this is going to say. I don't think I need to read it. Bottom line is that broadcasting to the world that the U.S. is not serious about immigration has created this crisis. Making matters worse, Congress has constitutionally mandated role in setting and funding immigration policy. It has too long sat on the sidelines and allowing the White House to act unilaterally and often unconstitutionally. Senators should take their oversight role seriously and stick their noses into executive branch activities. Pennsylvanians have a right to influence what happens in our country, and we have a right to an immigration policy that works. Let's see what her little provisions are. She says, first thing first policies. This is under immigration. Various amnesty provisions should be proposed by the administration and Congress. But before we talk about amnesty for unlawful present aliens, we must secure the border with a wall, technology, and personnel. Okay. Number 2, trafficking has serious consequences in our everyday lives. We need to stop these at the border and persecute them here. Attorneys and federal law enforcement take their cue from the White House, but Congress controls the budget. Trafficking investigations, prosecutions, and long jail sentences should be a priority. I agree with that one. Getting away with fraud encourages it. Those who enter or attempt to remain here through fraud should be barred from retaining status in the U.S. This Congress immigration legislation ignores fraud, encouraging it rather than making the consequences serious. Cutting those will be immigrations off. That makes me want to vomit that one. Deportations are down nearly 60%, despite the claim that criminal alien removal is a priority. Telling the administration and Congress haven't done anything to address the backlog problems with immigration judges. Criminal aliens should be the number one priority for apprehension, detention. Number 5, as Citizen and Immigration Services is supposed to efficiently and effectively determine who qualifies for immigration benefits, but the agency is a failure and Congress has not held it accountable. They did a good job on processing those Ukraine immigrants, though. USCIS director is now the Secretary of Homeland Security, rewarded with more power and influence for failing to manage his agency. Those are strong words. This is Congress' fault because it throws money at the agency but leaves the agency alone to manage its affairs. This must stop, and the right place to start is to strip USCIS of its fee-funded agency status. For nearly 20 years, the agency has been permitted to underperform, and Congress must provide oversight. I don't mind putting Congress oversight on there. Among the more significant problems with immigration is that Congress has not provided guidance. Instead of a narrow, discrete bills that solve immediate problems, Congress looks to giant, unworkable bills that go nowhere. My highest priority will be a bill that deals with the southern border. Southern border, a combination of physical barriers, meaning a wall, technology solutions, wall, manpower solutions, can make the border secure. Bunch of people with guns on a wall. That's the image. Instead of seriously discussing this, Congress permits the administration to spend billions paying to not build sections of a wall authorized by statute. Similarly, Congress has long known that H-2A visa program does not serve the industries which suffer chronic labor shortages that it was designed to serve, but no remedy has been seriously proposed. Immigration problems deserve hearing in narrow, discrete bills that represent compromise rules. She said that earlier. So one part of this is actually touches on the real thing. What did she say? Similarly, Congress has long known that H-2A visa program does not serve the industries which suffer chronic labor shortages. That it was designed to serve, but no remedy has been seriously proposed. That comment right there kind of touches on what the whole thing is really about. The border with the people migrant, they're just like seasonal workers is what they really are. Anyways, let me move on. The Remain in Mexico policy was crafted to discourage caravans of foreign nationals from coming here in anticipation of easy asylum approvals. It stages them in Mexico while they make their claims rather than turning them loose in the U.S., because that is absolutely what happens. Both the Trump administration and the U.S. Supreme Court concluded that it's an effective way to manage this problem. It's time for Congress to formally authorize the program. Just like earlier when she was talking about the wall. And the wall, I covered some shit about the fucking wall. Some parts you can't even... Let me stop, because anybody that knows the fucking wall is not a thing that's going to have any impact on anything at all. It's just going to be a giveaway to private contractors. It says Congress should also ingrain the first safe country rule in statute. Foreign nationals who find haven in third country should remain there while they pursue benefits in the U.S., not be invited to enter the U.S. while we figure out if they can have a claim. One of the 1.7 million unlawful present aliens who were encountered at the southwest border in 2021, over 1 million of those encountered were from countries other than Mexico. By far the highest total for non-Mexican nationals. Most of the encounters were people from the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala. Yet the U.S. provides over $1 billion in government aid to these three countries combined for a variety of initiatives, including energy, clean water, financial service, COVID, transportation, infrastructure, education, etc. Why do we continue to send financial aid to these countries if their citizens are relocating in record numbers to the United States? Congress controls the purse. It's time for Congress to redirect these funds in stabilizing our border crisis. As long as the United States remains under the state of national emergency concerning COVID, Title 42 must be strictly enforced. Title 42 was invoked under the previous administration and is in public health order allowing Border Control to expel migrants immediately in an effort to control domestic spread of coronavirus.
I dropped a comment about water.
I don't think I can read any more on this one. Oh, it's the end. Good God, thank you. What did you say? Walls were not about blocking people. It is about guiding people to the path of least resistance, making it easier and cheaper. That's not true either, bro. That's not even true. That's not true either.
Yeah. It is. There's a science of wall. Come on, man.
That's true what you're saying about the walls.
Anthropology.
I know about the science of walls.
What I'm talking about.
I played what's the name of that game?
On long borders, like the Mongol borders, walls, low barriers, and things like that were used to guide them into areas where
they could die in the desert. And they make people not give them water. It's true about the guiding.
You can't leave caches of water out there because you don't know if they're poisoned by some stupid people. And here's what the people don't understand: if they leave them out there, if the Border Patrol said, "Hey, we found these water, we left it out there," and then someone gets sick or dies off of that water, it is now the Border Patrol's responsibility. That's the thing about the law. People don't look at situations like that. We put so much responsibility on how bad we are about the situation that we're not, they can't take that responsibility. So what are they supposed to do? I mean, swap it out for some water that they bought so they know. They still have to fucking destroy it because they don't know. That's the reality. And no offense, as long as there's rape fucking trees, I am against all of this shit, dude. We are going to fight. I will stand on this hill and die on it as long as I know there are still rape trees down at the fucking border.
And that's what I'm saying, though. But see, making them immigrants, putting up the border walls, all this really does is make it easier for these people to be persecuted. But it doesn't really make it harder for them to get here or move back and forth. You know what I'm saying? They're going to find ways. It's different ways. They can climb the fence. They go around the fence. They go under the fence. They take a boat. They take a plane.
Okay, so why bother about vaccinations? Because people are going to get sick anyway. Why bother with seatbelt laws? Because people are going to die in traffic accidents anyway. Why bother making laws against corporations taking advantage of against original people, normal people? Because they're going to do it anyway. Why bother? That's what you're saying.
That's a good
Don't
argument.
worry, be happy. What the fuck, man?
No, that's a good argument. But what I'm saying is they're creating this situation. You said, why let the corporations prey on these people? Making them immigrants, illegal immigrants, allows these corporations to prey on these people. That's the setup.
No. You just read a separate comment into this statement. You know what you did. No.
Well, I'm adding on because, we talked about this immigration thing for a long time. We talked about it for a week. And that's my overall point for that week was first off, the southern border is just a political tool. Second, these people are this seasonal migration thing has happened forever. And that's just what it does. And these people also ebb and flow back and forward. It's not just a going in, coming in.
No one is talking about seasonal migration. We're talking about the caravans and the bullshit. We're talking about Haitians. We're talking about Middle Easterners. We're talking about Somalians all crossing our southern border. People that, all from all over, and they're coming across the southern border. Say, hey, we're going to give you a free place to stay. We're going to let you.
But that's how it works. You have a boogeyman.
Show you around. Now, all of a sudden, we are a migratory point because everyone thinks they're going to get free shit when they get here.
The result of it is the majority of the people that get persecuted as a result of these policies are regular old folks. These people are not criminals. The policies is what make them into criminals. They haven't really broken any laws.
Then tell me why the black communities have so much problems. Because the individual criminals bring the problems to the community. Because the criminals start problems, the police come there, and it becomes a problem for the community. Okay, so what is the difference now? Now it's just in a different color of brown, isn't it?
That it's really the same art. It's really the same thing because the ghettos are created. This perception
Do we stop it before it happens, or do we let it happen and then have the same fucking problem with a new color of brown?
No, you look at the true roots of the problem and you try to address that. You can't just keep putting band-aids on a bullet wound. It's not going to fix the problem. The wall is not going to fix the problem.
The problem is not in our country. The problem is in the other countries.
That's not true.
They are accepting that, we don't have enough money. We don't have any work, so we can come there. We're refugees because they're not. Not on
the way the United States.
They pass seven embassies they can seek refuge at before they get to the American gate. and they do not.
That's why I
Tell me
I
about
covered the banana wars and all of that. The United States leeching on all of these countries, especially the ones south of the border, going all the way into South America, is the reason why these conditions are the way that they are, and that's the same reason why the United States is so rich. So this is the thing. So we can't
They
forget
got their
this.
governments back. They fucking screwed their own people. They stole. They allowed criminals to take control of their government. Oh, we don't want America there anymore. Okay, fine, we're gone. What fucking happens? Oh, please, we want to come to America now.
That's the perception. The
No,
CIA
that's
puts
not.
these
That's
puppet
no,
governments.
man. That is
That
not perception. You have to understand. Have you talked with your back of the house people at all?
I do. I talk to
Most
them
of
all the
them
time.
hate these people coming across the freaking border because they're coming here for free fucking shit and a chance that they other people work hard for. And I don't feel the pity that you do because they have life so hard where they are, because they're so willing to run away, not do anything. Why? Because their government will frigging shoot them.
Not
Why?
all of the
There's no jobs. Why?
because of the United States is leeching
No,
the shit
are we
out of the
leeching,
resources.
or did we leave them to did we give them what they want, and are their own people fucking screwing them? Their own
No,
people are screwing them.
no. And that's the thing of the third world being created, like underdeveloped countries being created, Haiti being created in a way that is just a mess. What I'm saying is there ain't no coincidence on this stuff.
I'm talking
Sanctions, we talk about
today,
Venice.
not 60 years ago, not 50 years ago. I'm talking today. You keep
Today.
telling me, hey, what is going on today? Okay, today they
Today,
have rulership over their own countries. Today they have the thing going on. And guess what? Communism, crime, cartels, criminal element.
today,
That is all the
Venezuela.
Americans' fault. You're saying all of South America's problem is ours. We should take them. Then why don't we
No,
just take South America?
no, that's not what I'm saying. But not all of their problems. You know what I'm saying? But look, specifically Venezuela, all of the sanctions on Venezuela, that's the United States. You know what I'm saying? Cuba is another example. Guatemala is a mess as a result of the United States. Those Panama, Honduras, fucking El Salvador, all a mess as a result of the United States. Today, not 60 years ago, today. They want to always use Venezuela as an example. But if Venezuela would be doing fine if the United States confiscated all of the Valeros and shit because Venezuela owned the Valeros. So as a part of their sanctions and shit, they froze all the assets that they had outside of Venezuela in the United States and shit. They got sanctions on Venezuela. They got boats out there, military ships to enforce these sanctions. So therefore, they can't get stuff in and out. This is a result of the United States. So if a Venezuelan person, specifically Venezuelan, is coming and traveling through to try to get some of the fruits of United States,
They take 80% of every bit of money that comes into that country. People from Venezuela that send money home to their people, they send $100, their people get $20. That's why we have restrictions on them. Because everything that should be going to the people goes to the government. Instead of saying, what are we doing to them? You should be asking why. What is it about? You said Valero and all that stuff. They took over Valero. Do you know why? Because they took over 3 oil refineries and said, hey, we're the government now. We're taking over this. This is
Because they
all ours now.
because
And
they shared it with the
we
people.
took over Valero.
Because they gave it to the people. They decentralized. They
Then how come,
deprivate.
if they gave it to the people, then how come the people of the starving and the elite class are eating freaking caviar?
Well, there's issues. They do have issues, but the people
No.
there.
Don't give me issue shit.
Listen,
You are promoting, you're saying that we are fucking them over while people are starving and dying and stuff like that. You're saying they're the good guys, yet they're starving 80% of the freaking people. Come on, man.
They have free health care over there. They pay cheaper prices for gas and all of that shit as a result of those monies going to the government. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they have free health care, but they can't fucking feed themselves. They have no toilet paper on the shelves.
Because of the sanctions of the United States and the
No,
nations.
because of the government. If they can get free health care but not food, then that's the government having a problem, isn't it?
Oh, this
They
is
can get food. They can do all that. They're in South America. There is so much food in South America in their own country.
The stuff that they don't have on the shelves is as a result of the sanctions. It's not the government. They can't get the stuff because they can't get anything shipped in.
I call bullshit.
Look it up. Look up the sanctions on Venezuela.
No, I have on both sides, and the argument leans way away from Venezuela elite because they are fucking their people over. And now that China and Russia are both coming in and investing there, it's going to get really interesting.
So what impact do you think that the sanctions on Venezuela has on the people of Venezuela?
Well, the elite doesn't give a damn because they get everything they need because they don't share it with the people. They're getting everything they need, but the people are not. It doesn't matter what the sanctions. It seems like the people in Russia, despite sanctions, are getting everything they need because the government is making sure they do, despite the fact that it's a communist government. And I guess that's really weird of me promoting that in a communist government kind of way. But Venezuela is not a communist government. It is a whatever monetary dictatorship of the elite people. I don't know exactly what it's called, but yeah, it is definitely not communism anymore. Which is why one of the reasons why I resist communism in all its form. I don't mind social programs and infrastructure when done reasonably.
Well, what you're talking about is the reason why Venezuela is going through what they're going through is because it's the leftover Cold War and the image of Venezuela being communist. And you're right, they are not communist at all. So, but they have this perception of it left over from McCarthyism, which we was talking about earlier. And that's the whole reason why they, and you're saying, okay, the elite get their stuff. And that's fair. But that's kind of beside the point because the reason why they can't get stuff is because of because of the sanctions. Of course, if you're rich as fuck, you're gonna be able to pay for some private boat to bring you your stuff, but that's not gonna be enough stuff for all the people of the country.
So it's okay for the private leaders of Venezuela to take care of themselves, screw all their people, but corporate leaders and billionaires are bad. Okay, cool.
I'm absolutely not saying that. I
No,
think you're missing it.
I'm getting your barriers on this. I mean,
because
they're a downtrodden people, so they get
You-
all the benefits and breaks in the world. It doesn't matter if it's a rich guy because that's always going to be bad. Oh well, we got some poor people, and they've got some rich people over them, but that's okay because since there's 80% of them are poor, that's a bad thing, right? Oh, and they're people of color.
I'm never speaking on good and bad, but the you're saying that the people, the rich people, they could get their stuff, and that's fucking their people. How is that fucking over their people? It goes back to the reason why they have to do it the way they have to do it is because
They're
of the
getting
sanctions.
it in mass. How are they paying for it? Off of the 80% of the money that they're taking from the friggin' people.
Because there's an
They are
aristocracy.
financing their lives. That is not socialism. And it is not good. And there's no value. There is no honor. There is no bullshit in that. No matter how you try to look at it. It's a bunch of fucking rich ass. That is what people complain when I hear people, oh, the billionaires rule the world. No, that's Venezuela. The rich rule the freaking world. There's a lot more going on other than that. Let's get fucking real.
I can't really argue with that part of what you're saying. There's no system that's perfect. There's definitely aristocracy or whatever you want to call it, elite group or whatever you want to call it in Venezuela. That is true. That is fact. But that's still kind of beside the point. You know what I'm saying? They and the perception that Venezuela has is all propaganda. You know what I'm saying? It really is. You can't get a good perception of Venezuela here in the United States. There's nowhere to get that information.
I get my point of view from talking to Venezuelans.
Okay. Well, one part of that really bothers me when people make fun.
Guarantee you've got at least one of them. A matter of fact, if he's still there, I know you have at least one of Venezuelan at Outback.
But I hear
Talk to them. Ask them about what their country is and how it is. Ask them when you send $200 back, they get 40, 50 bucks. They don't get it all.
I talked to them, but I maybe never talked about this specific detail that you're talking about. But again, they get health care and all kinds of shit that we don't get. The social programs.
Do you know why the government there gives them free health care? Because if they keep them healthier, they can work harder. They can make more money for the government.
And they also get money, right? Don't they get a monthly amount based on whatever the oil is or some shit like that? The oil prices. They get like a amount. The perception of Venezuela is,
again, they get 20% of the amount that we're told they do, because 80% of even the dividend funds go to the government.
the perception of Venezuela is a result of years of McCarthyism, Cold War, anti-communism, propaganda.
My vision of Venezuela comes from when they forcibly, by arms, went into the industries of several major corporations, took them over by guns, killing people, holding people hostages, and turned the whole companies, millions and millions of dollars worth of refineries and drilling and all that, over to the government. That's why Valeros were taken down. That was in retaliation of them taking over the drilling and refinery companies that were sending all of the oil to the Valero convenience stores and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying anyone is right or wrong. All I'm saying is here we can talk shit about our government and stuff like that. There they get killed for it. They have free health care there, but they also takes 80% of their salary to get the calories to go to work. There is no ability to thrive, succeed, to move up in that country.
So, okay, let's take the argument back to you said, okay, let's say they are oppressing their people and they're taking 80% of the money all the time. What gives the United States the right to, police these people and sanction them and cut off their trade and
no, they're saying we won't do business with you until you treat your people right. And you haven't even noticed. You haven't even looked. In the last 10 years, tons and tons of things have been opened up toward Venezuelan trade. And at no time has humanitarian aid, medical, food, or anything like that ever been sanctioned or stopped from going to them, except for a couple of 2-3 year period. I covered all of this in your last time you went off about Venezuela. I literally looked all this up and showed all the fucking numbers.
I got lost. I ain't gonna lie. Because I had something, but back up the argument. That's what it was. Yes, back up the argument. What justifies? Okay, so we make the people of Venezuela suffer more because the government is making the people of Venezuela suffer.
How are we making them suffer by not trading with them?
It's not just the United States. They're not letting them trade with they hardly have any trade. They got their fucking sanctions. They got fucking ships out there blocking fucking trade, literally.
No, they don't. There's not been ships out there in 50 years.
That is not true.
Take a look at when the blockade ended. When did the Venezuelan blockade end? Oh, wait. I was trying to Alexa that shit because I'm tired of typing.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm gonna wrap it soon. But yeah, it's almost 5 a.m. But like I say, what gives the United States the right? Why the United States don't sanction Saudi Arabia or Israel? What gives them the right anyways? What if another country felt like the United States was not doing its people right and felt like they needed to sanction the United States?
Oh yeah, we ended the full blockade in 1903, but that's no big deal, I guess.
Full blockade. What? I need more details. Are there any ships out there?
No.
Where's that data?
That was been for sure from about the 50s or 60s from the last time I looked. I've got to do a deep dive to do more than that. And I would really prefer to enjoy my buzz.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you going to be on the show tomorrow?
I will do my best.
If you can make it, bring that and we can talk about it. Bring some stuff because I don't really have nothing to show anyways for tomorrow. I'm just going to kind of wing it. I was busy this week.
Yeah, I'll see if I can do a quick Venezuela versus U.S. from both sides.
And I like it better, like when we argue.
You know me, I'm on both sides of it.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll be playing devil's advocate.
So, but
I agree. What the U.S. did to Venezuela is fucked up. But at the same time, what Venezuela did to Venezuela is fucked up, and we can't sit there and allow that, or we can't sit there and go, "Hey, that's cool."
yeah, but you're like saying which fucked up is the most fucked up. That's like I said before, stir fried shit or baked shit,
Nope.
Republican or Democrat.
Like I said, I'm showing both sides of it. I'm pulling proof out for both sides, and this is about the conversation, not about right, not about wrong, because we are all wrong about 70% of the time, all the fucking time.
And I try to tell myself that and remind myself of that. I ain't gonna lie. Even after I be doing the show, sometimes and I think about some of the stuff I say. But that's why it keeps getting better.
We are all C students at life. I'm good to hit that 70.
F plus.
Like I said,
just barely making it.
I am okay to hit that 70. I am a solid C student.
I ain't gonna lie, me too. When I first started though, I was man, I was an A student.
Shit I said 6 months ago, I might even say something different now. And it's not because I'm flip floppy.
That's what I'm trying to get through to Pat.
I can identify when I was playing devil's advocate as to when it is actually a change in my opinion.
And that's what I was trying to get through to Pat about, like, how, like, you know, I think that, you know, and that's the reason why I do this show. I try to get people to stretch their perspectives a bit, you know, and I feel like if your stance on certain topics hasn't changed for years, then you haven't been exploring.
It's about the conversation, not the conclusions.
Exactly. You just want to explore. It's not about, you know, who's right or who's wrong. And that's what I was going to say earlier was I like that when we argue about the topics, because I think that helps the audience better. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm a horrible leftist and a pretty bad right, because I see both sides. When Obama in office, I was what was called a JFK Democrat, which meant I was 50.5 Democrat, 49.5 Republican. And all I have seen is since his second term, I have been pushed so far to the right. The line has been pushed so far to the right that I'm a hardcore Republican now.
And that's what I was saying earlier.
But I'm not.
I think the whole landscape has moved to the right politically in the United States, without a doubt.
No, it's shifted so far to the left that the right is now normal.
I don't think that's it.
No, it is shifted so far to the left that right is now center.
The stuff that people consider left, the LGBTQ stuff, I think doesn't really fit.
I was considered left wing. Now I'm considered right wing.
But I think a lot of people feel like that stuff is ridiculous. It gets put in the left, but I don't think it is, because when you're trying to think of progressive, like trying to say AOC is progressive, I would not say that AOC is progressive.
No, she's fucking fascist.
I don't know if I would say that either, but I
If you don't believe her in her way, if you don't accept her way, you are in the wrong. You are a bad person. That is fascism.
Well,
you don't deserve a voice. Your opinion is not valid.
Totalitarianism. That sounds like the Democratic Party for sure, but I don't know if I would call that fascism. But maybe it's a form of American fascism. Maybe, I don't know. I could explore that.
It is when cancel culture comes after you.
Because I'm hearing you.
That is fascism. That is shutting you down. That is taking away your opinion. That is removing you from the opinion pool in society, so you don't matter anymore because you contradict their views and their way.
Well, that definitely sounds like the Democratic Party. But being left to me in my imagination is trying to be progressive in, helping people basically. That's my view of it. So I'm tired as hell. I'm losing my
Hey,
freaking thoughts.
I love mankind. It's people I have a problem with.
I ain't gonna lie, I feel you. I hate people. Anyways, I think I'm gonna wrap it. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Really enjoyed talking to you today, Dot. I'm gonna be back tomorrow, and I'm gonna be live in full stream on all fucking channels. So that's gonna boost me up. We'll probably have a good show, even though I'm gonna wing it.
Oh man, does that mean I'm gonna get hacked again?
I'm gonna try to keep it.
They don't like my shit, man.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be more careful once I start on that main page because I know they're still watching that page. So I might stop y'all sometimes when y'all talking about certain subjects because I be paying attention to the analytics and I be watching other videos and the people talking about certain keywords that triggers the algorithm.
Well,
So
you also noticed that I know how to avoid those keywords too.
yeah, we've been getting as the show has progressed, we've all gotten, I think, better at that because I'm getting flagged less and less and less and less.
I've noticed since I've started using certain language about boys and girls and their thoughts about themselves and pokes and things like that. The words you guys have been using have been triggering in them less.
Yeah.
You're starting to learn poke, beer virus.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to actually say it.
Right. And I think it works better. So we got to find a way.
Yes, trust me.
Talking codes about certain topics because when we're on YouTube and I got
this is where my research and your experience meet very well.
Yeah, so we should talk about that. We could talk about that more tomorrow too, because I wanted to ask you, so what software do you plan on using to do your broadcast or whatever?
No idea yet. I know I'm gonna do one stream on Twitch regularly. That's just me playing games that I'm really bad at. It's like Doc's bad at games, and it's gonna be talking shit, drinking beer, playing games.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a one because I play Mortal Kombat every time after the show, do like a post show of, but I don't know how to do the Twitch. I guess you got to pay for a Twitch account to get Twitch because you got to do it through the PlayStation.
Just go to Twitch TV on your computer, and you can go. And that'll explain to you all the things you need to do to start streaming. You're already on Twitch with King Chaka.
Yeah, so I was wondering, how do I connect that to my PlayStation though? Because
or do you want to connect that, or do you want to start a separate email address? That way, if something happens to the King Chaka, you don't have to worry about losing your game streams. Like KCE.
Like make it different just because. But still, either way, but how do I do that? How do I because I was wondering about that because there's no button to go through the PlayStation because like I could just film myself while I'm doing it, but the cool way.
Okay, go on the internet to twitchtv.com. Do your sign up, log in, all that stuff like that, and then go through the help things and say, how do I start streaming? And it will tell you everything that you need, everything you need to do to start streaming through them.
Yeah, I wonder. It's probably gonna be a damn subscription. That's the reason why I haven't done it yet. Because I got a feeling they're gonna. Okay, I got so many subscriptions.
Don't shoot it down because you don't know.
That's why. That's why I haven't done it because I'm afraid it's gonna come to a subscription, and then I'm gonna click on it and I'm gonna have another subscription.
Yeah, you know what though? If you can start getting pound-ins, memberships, subs for it, and things like that, It's all worth it.
I need somebody to manage my fucking. Is there an app to manage the subscriptions? Because I know I got some that I don't use and I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I'm getting all kinds of them popping up on my phone. Next time I see a couple, I'll let you know what they're called.
Yeah, send it through the group chat. What was I gonna say? One more thing. Oh, I use StreamYard to broadcast, and I think on the there's a free
Well, I
level.
signed up, but when I sign up, I can't join in through my sign up. I can only just come in the link, but it remembers me in the link.
Yeah, so yeah, on the free
But I'm not
level,
in my account.
I want to say you could do a certain amount of broadcasting on the free level. I don't remember what happened, what made me start paying to do it, because I just wanted to do more shit. So I can't remember that stuff, because everything I do, I run into a wall, and it's usually they just want you to pay, and usually I just pay. And so I can't remember what it was that triggered me to pay. You know what I mean? What was the
Probably the ability
barrier?
to broadcast on multiple platforms at
Yeah,
once.
I think that's what it was. So I think you
It's
can
like I
do
could
StreamYard.
you and get 5 platforms instead of have to link to them all every
Right.
time.
That's the advantage of this shit. It's beautiful.
Convenience.
Super convenient. So, but I think with the basic one, you can
Gotcha.
broadcast to at least one. I think you could broadcast to at least one through the StreamYard. And using the StreamYard gives you some more tools to use, because when you're just streaming straight out of YouTube or whatever,
And paid gives you the green screen. You don't get it with just a regular membership.
yeah. Oh, okay. I don't remember all that. So, but
Well, I can't get a green screen on mine because I'm a free member.
Okay. So yeah, but still though, the StreamYard gives you more options than if you just broadcast live from Facebook or YouTube or whatever, you have less options to do stuff. Like this damn fucking thing I got scrolling at the bottom right here. The banners, the logo, I could play the videos within the I don't do that anymore because it's way too much work.
You need to pick up a Patreon account.
Yeah. Somebody else was telling me the same thing.
It's just a thing where
does it cost?
You know how you edit and condense your videos?
Yeah.
On your Patreon, you can go, hey, whatever subscriber a month, like
right,
$5 a month.
Some exclusive content,
uncut videos, $10 a month. You get a preview of what you get the next show's topics. You know, for $20 a month, you get on the email list showing videos that I may or may not cover in the next week, things like that.
Yeah.
You can set different levels for them and get a little bit of income coming in.
Yeah, well, I got a little bit coming in through Spotify. That's the reason why I'll be sending people over there on the it's really Anchor. It's Anchor, and it does Spotify and Apple, and it's in other places too, but those the main people watch it on Spotify. Some people are watching it. No, there's Apple and Spotify that people are watching it on, and that one has an ad, and it gives me something on there, and I could set up exclusive that same stuff you're talking about. I could set it up on that Spotify. There's a button that keeps popping up and asking me to do that. Yeah, but I don't think I'm at that level yet where I have anybody that's willing to, like, you know. And then what would be the exclusive content? Because basically what I do is I do these live streams. I download them.
Exclusive content will be the uncut live stream after you've produced your edited show.
Yeah.
Your edited show should be cut down to about 2 hours, taking out all the ums and ahs, the breaks, and all that. And that should be what everyone can get access to. And then your unedited streams, including the stupid shit, the laughs, the all that. You could do another level. I don't know if you do a warm up. When I do a live stream, I like sing a song or recite a poem or something like that to get my voice working. And uncut stream could be part of the Patreon could be, hey, video of my warm up.
What other stuff have you seen looking at while you was looking up about making a channel and shit like that? Anything that stuck out to you that you could share?
Mainly it's about sticking to topics keeping things organized, knowing the audience is looking at you and listening to you. Just little, the same things that's like, hey, I'm producing a TV show. What do the people want to see? A lot of it is getting reaction from them. So, all you people that are watching, hey, give us some reaction. Talk to us. Let us know what you want to see. Let us know what you want to hear. Say, I'm going to be getting some stuff. First, I got to get out of the hotel. Blah blah blah. 6 months. 6 months is my 6 to 8 months is my window for getting an actual little broadcast area for myself.
Yeah.
And I'll show you what mine is, because you're gonna see mine and be like, "You suck, Doc. You're an asshole."
I want a studio. I want not like it don't have to be just like a I think that the green screen is cool, but it'd be nice if I had like a little setup.
You need 2 systems. First of all, even this one is a cheap ass junk one, because you need something to be able to pull stuff up and preview before you send it over to your live show.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a new computer. I've been thinking about that.
Yeah. Go on eBay for about $200 or $300. You can get a cheap ass used computer that will do everything you need it to do for your web searches and shit. And it'll run low end. It'll be fine. It runs web, all that stuff, and you can use it. And you can like email yourself, send it straight over.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I'm thinking. If I had another screen,
and that way you can preview it for music and shit like that before you actually run it on your page.
Right, exactly. All of that shit. Cue it up and get it ready. While y'all talking, I could be doing that because it's really difficult to do that on the same screen because I can't see what y'all are doing, what's happening in the show, and that's what distracts me a lot of times. So if I have it on.
If I were to be a good producer, that's what I would be doing on the side.
Yeah.
I'd be previewing that shit. You'd be going like, hey, check this. Hey, check this. Check this.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I could, because I want to get better at this. I feel like I'm developing skills. I'm a broadcast journalist. So, yeah, I need another screen. I'm going to put it right next to me. And I can do my searches.
You are a commentary journalist.
So yeah, put the computer screen right next to me, do my searches, and I can pull up and queue up stuff, and then after that I'll just open that stuff on the main screen that on here to share with y'all, but I'll already have it ready, so that'll be cool. So
Yeah,
I'll be doing that in live time while y'all watching, and I think that also causes.
At first, if you can't get it to work, slide, throw, you could always do what I do, like send it to your account so you can pull it up on the other screen and then run it from there. But you've already got it previewed.
Yeah. So, well, if it's under my YouTube, because I have the YouTube. I use the YouTube history like a motherfucker, so that's my way of doing
And
that.
with another computer with a couple of windows open, that's 3 or 4 more viewers, right? Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah.
Well, it is if you use another email address to log all those in.
I think it counts it anyway because if I open it up on my phone, it's gonna count as another viewer. Like if I opened it up on my phone right now, it would pop up on the screen as another viewer.
Well, then why don't you have it logged in?
Shit. I was doing that, but I think I did have a
number of viewers times length watched.
right. It's watch time because that's what I watched. But no, it was causing me problems. I can't remember exactly what it was. I was getting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't remember now, but it was a causing problem.
I know this is what's funny. This is where you get a couple of crap phones or your old phones that you don't really use anymore. Hook them up to your Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm basically telling you how to build bots. I could give you a program that will get hundreds of subscriptions and things like that, but you don't want that kind of bot.
No, I don't. I already know about those. You can buy those. They be trying to tell you all the time.
Yeah,
They be trying to sell me that. I don't want that.
Free ones.
I want organic.
Exactly.
Especially the subscribers.
Well, see, I'm not going to do that to you, and I'm not going to do that to my channel.
No, so I needed to grow slowly. I think I'm simmering. I think it'll be fine. I think they had me. Shadow banned, and I think that if I don't get in trouble for a while, and then like I was gonna say, you just said about the comments. People haven't been making comments in a long time. I used to get comments all the time, and that's what made me really realize it because I got a comment recently off of a video that I had posted on the main page. And then I looked on it and got like 80 something views or some shit. So
when you get those, pull them up. Make sure you respond to those comments unless they're shit bombs. In which case, just go, thank you for commenting.
Yeah, I usually just like the comment.
No, but if you comment, you show interaction, not just you're there.
Yeah, sometimes because
that's with a man. If they took the time to comment on
right,
it,
and I appreciate the comments, even if I don't agree with them.
Then, like I said, hey, fuck you, bark at a hole, whatever. Sometimes, maybe even at this point, a little bit of, hey, oh yeah, you don't like what we got to say? Come on the show, bring it.
Because that's really what I want.
Yes, bring the conversation.
Let's talk about it. Especially the people that disagree with me.
Yeah,
let's talk about it. Anyways,
yeah, I've been watching algorithms. I've been watching a lot of hits and stuff. I like to feel like I've brought a few people on because I noticed a jump right after I started actually
sharing the videos.
Well, once I started commenting on Twitch, I noticed a bump because that's all I could do. And then once I got in, I noticed a little bump. That's probably your algorithm. I mean, but shit, it makes me feel better.
Yeah. Well, you're definitely affecting it because, like, the conversation that you and the guy had, it was a random dude. We didn't even ask him. I think I did ask him where he was. He didn't
answer. You know I distracted him, don't you?
Why?
He was pissing Pat off.
He was. He totally was.
I got him dragged off the side, and it's like, look, hey, here's the references. Yeah, see, we're not all stupid here. He was being an intellectual snob.
Yes, I felt the energy right away, and some of the stuff Pat said, like but I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable, and it's not like about being mean, and people want to make people feel stupid.
But at the same time, I met him at that energy. I backed him down. I told the room what we were talking about because he was making all the references, and then I stated what the references were.
Well, I
That way,
appreciate
that way nobody was lost. But yeah.
Well, you entertained that guy for like an hour.
Yeah, but every time he's posted something toward everyone else, he pissed somebody off.
He was a schnob.
Like I said, he thought everyone in the room was dumb. And he latched on to me. That was a level 4 cleaner right there. He latched on to me because he realized, oh, fuck, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Because
And that's when Pat also shit. Wait, dude, you know that shit, don't you? Even you were like, holy fuck.
Yeah, man, I fucking like don't know. Fuck, y'all was talking that.
Dude,
it made me uncomfortable. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, common knowledge and Google through can beat an intellectual as long as you don't let him drag you into a deep conversation.
Start talking about philosophy and I'm lost.
I kept him surface level and stuff like that, and it worked. Otherwise, he was gonna take shit and make things bad.
And I thought about it after the show, and at the end of the day, basically we entertained this guy. He was here for more than an hour, I think. It was like early morning wherever he was at because he said, I gotta go walk my dog.
30 minutes is all it takes to boost the algorithm.
Yeah, they watch. It's watch time. It's all about watch time. It's not about views. It's about watch time. So that's why I'm not tripping on my views. But what I was gonna say, he said that he was gonna get up and walk his dog and start his day or whatever. So it was morning time. Well, it's morning time here. So where the fuck was this guy at? I was thinking somewhere else, but it was morning time.
I believe somewhere around Leeds, give or take a little bit, considering the accent he was using online and the words. If not, it was really, really early in Australia, and he's kind of a young slacker dude.
Yeah, because I was thinking London, Britain, but so Australia would sound right because that's
it's the use of bruv.
Yeah.
Bruv is very European. It's not really used in it is used in Australia, but not often.
It's UK.
It's a low. It's more of a UK lower East England.
Because that's what I was thinking. The guy
Bigger
I was thinking
cities, stuff like that.
Yeah, I was thinking a white guy from the UK. That's what I was thinking. I wanted a confirmation.
Well, see, but I've learned to talk the accent and things like that, but I'm not exactly sure where it comes from. And I know the way he was talking and things. I'm thinking northeast, but I'm not sure.
All right, man. Get you some rest, bro. I gotta work tomorrow. And we'll be back. Peace and love, man.